My name's Mark Bunting. I'm your chair today, and it's my privilege to be here as this brilliant group of hearts and minds makes the right and astute decisions for our community. So thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to a fun, entertaining and incisive and uplifting meeting today. We're going to open the meeting with some very special guests. We welcome the Waikato Interfaith group to Kirikiriroa Hamilton and to our meeting, and we'd invite you to take your place up here, and I'll let you speak and introduce the entire item. So.
Councillor Martin, Paula, councillors, and Mihinui Kia Koutou Katoa. It's a privilege and a very real pleasure to once again be invited to open your meetings with prayers from the world's faiths. My name is Brother Andrew, and today I'm here as the President of the Waikato Interfaith Council. To tautoko me and this mahi are members of the diversity of faith communities who have chosen to make Kirikiriroa their home. We're all looking forward to joining a roster to offer devotions from our rich multiplicity of traditions. And after the short prayer from my own Christian tradition, we'll join in two waiata, Te Aroha and a song of peace. So, ka inoi tātou, let us pray. E te atua te hepara pai, God our good shepherd, lead our mayor and council as we pray in your ways of compassionate wisdom and effective self-giving. Guide them through the traps and temptations of conflict and pandemic, of climate change and recession, of wealthy friends and impoverished neighbours, to set a course toward a future where all in our community are free to flourish. Make them deaf to coercion and tune their ears to the cry of those without power, who are most in need of their protection and provision. Amen.
Amen. Hey, Sarah. Sarah.
God of all the nations, as leaves for lands are far and wide. This is my home, the country where my heart is. Here am I.
Kia ora, and thank you for making the effort to come in today. We hope that that beautiful harmony that you set up stays for the rest of the meeting. So thank you so much. Feel free to enjoy the meeting as long as you wish. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, on to the less musical stuff, the confirmation of the agenda. Oh, first of all, apologies. We have an apology from Councillor O'Leary. She's on council business. She's at the Waters Conference at the moment, representing us there, and will be apologising for the full day. Councillor Hamilton, it's his 20-year wedding anniversary, so we send commiserations to Marie and wish him all the very best on his day. Do we have any other apologies, partial or full? Councillor.
Chair, if the meeting's still going, I need to leave for a council appointment at 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Any other? Okay, yep, thank you, note. Well, let's not put the Jeff Hex on it and we'll see how we go. Thank you. And Councillor Thompson, do I see your microphone on?
No.
No? Oh, Māngai Te Pora. Oh, you've moved, yeah.
I've got to pop out at 3:45.
3:45? Great, okay. At 4 o'clock? Better get going, there'll be no one here after 3:30 the way we go. Great, okay, thanks team, noted. Well, I'll move the apologies. Do I have a seconder? Second. Thanks, Councillor Ewan. Those in favour? Show of hands. Those against? Carried. Confirmation of agenda. The agenda will be pretty much as on the sheet. I do reserve the right to move stuff around if it fits. If we have to move a small one here or a small one there to fill in a gap, but we'll take the agenda as read. I'll move the confirmation. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Those in favour? Show of hands. Against? Carried. Any declarations of interest?
Chair, Mark, I have an interest in item 10, but advice from governance, not a conflict of interest.
Good stuff. Okay, thank you very much. It's item 10. It's the zoo one, yeah? Great. And any other conflicts? Okay, thank you. Then noted. We're moving now to the public forum. We have 4 people in the public forum today. First of all, Jenny Nand. You will be required to sing your public submission. All right. So would you like to come up and speak? Jenny is speaking to item 9, which is the Welcoming Communities Initiative. So, Jenny, would you like to come up and take a speak? You're expecting to speak, is that right? Oh, you look surprised. That's good. Okay, great. Welcome, Jenny. Okay, we'll... Oh, do you sit down the end, do they?
Yeah, just sit there.
Sorry, Jenny. Just down the end, yeah. Great.
I wasn't expecting to be the first one, but all good.
Set the scene high. Jenny, there's a clock up here. It goes for 5 minutes, and if you could stick to that roughly, I'd like to keep that, including questions, but we'll see how we roll. Okay.
Brilliant.
Thank you. You're on.
Awesome. Firstly, thank you for creating a space for us to have a kōrero with you. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge Jovi, Abela Nosa and Andy Mannering for all the work they have done behind the scenes with regards to the Welcoming Communities package. Yes. So the reason why I'm here today is to say why it is important for Kirikiriroa. The first thing is we have about 160 different ethnicities in Hamilton and growing. And it's very important as at a local government level to have a thought leadership and a policy response to the growing need, policy response to that enables communities to settle in Hamilton. And this will provide a policy response at a strategic as well as an operational level, which enables council to think about how we are going to welcome communities and how are we going to settle them. And it is beyond celebrating and going to Diwali functions and learning Kia ora, Bula Vinaka, learning the acknowledgements. It's beyond that. It just enables us to have a thought leadership around how are we settling them and how are we integrating our communities successfully. I think that will provide a platform for all of us. The only concern probably I will have with this welcoming communities is hopefully it has some adaptability and flexibility to be responsive to the growing needs of Hamilton and can be tailored for a Hamilton response. So that's one thing. The other aspect of welcoming communities would also enable us to provide strategic leadership at a regional level. At the moment, I think from a regional perspective, there is not a solid response around how are we settling within the Waikato region, how are we enabling ethnic communities to be connected across and be settling into the process. So this will provide a regional response as well. And I think Hamilton City has an ideal opportunity to provide that leadership across the Waikato region as well. So that was all from me.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and thank you for everything you do around the place. If you haven't met Jenny, you will. She's very, very active in the community. It's great. Are there any questions of Jenny in the welcoming community? No, you're off the hook. You did well. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Great. We'd like to welcome Ellie Wilkinson from the Settlement Centre, also speaking to item 9. Kia ora, Ellie. Welcome. So, Ellie, again, we put 5 minutes on the clock. Feel free to either use them all up or save some for questions.
Morena, thank you. I don't think I'll need 5 minutes. Jenny pretty much summed it up pretty well. Also wanted to endorse the work of Jovi and Andy in this space. I know there's been a lot of work going on for a reasonable period of time. So I'm really happy to speak here to them this morning on this item. Just wanted to endorse what Jenny was saying about having a strategic approach. We have a very collaborative, strong settlement sector here, but it would be, I think, advantageous and add value to have a framework that we can all work to and we can all talk to, that we can all align to as well across the work, across our community spaces, across our sports places, across our workplaces, so that we all have a collective understanding and kirikiria about what welcoming communities are and should look like. I think, we hear every day in the sector and in the settlement centre about disconnection and feeling of isolation and not knowing where to belong and how to belong and where to start belonging. And I think if we have this strategy in place, that will go significantly to supporting those newcomers to know that they are welcome and they do have a place here and that they do add value. Jenny, you took all the words out of my mouth, thank you. So I just, without being too cliche, I think it's a no-brainer that we're sitting really well here in Hamilton. We do settlement really well. We have a really diverse community. We have lots of organisations that tap into that, and I think this would just provide the piece of work that we need where we can show that we are partnering together and we've got alignment and we've got a deeper understanding of what inclusion and diversity and what welcome actually truly looks like. Thank you.
It's fantastic. Thank you. We have a question before you head away from Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation this morning, and also thanks, Jenny. Just a question on this pilot program, which is in our report later. Is the intent, and I couldn't quite get it out of our staff report, is the intent that you would lead the pilot, that if we were successful in getting the seed funding from Immigration New Zealand, that your group would lead the operational aspects to utilising those funds and the operation of the program?
I actually can't talk to...
Perhaps Jovi might want to...
that's probably... I would imagine that we would be a key part of that. I haven't seen the detail of that.
Okay, I could leave the question until the report, if you like. Yes. It just seemed to me that was missing from the report, and it would make sense to be partnering with you if the program did go ahead.
Yeah, so on that point, I could say that would be something we'd be really open to and willing to work in that space. And I think because of the settlement centre and because of the connection we have across the sector, I think that would be something that would make sense.
Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Robb. Any other questions? Thanks, Ellie. Did well.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, look, I just, committee, with your leave, we will move the Welcoming Families agenda item on the agenda to straight after the public forum, because we have our people here and it's hot off the press, so that'll answer those questions straight away, Rob. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Seconded, Councillor Ollie. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Right, the Jawad Pachahi, if I got that right? Jawad? From the Red Cross. And you're speaking to the same item? Yes. Thank you. Yep. Same again, Jawad. We've got 5 minutes, including questions if you choose to use it.
So I'm representing here New Zealand Red Cross in Hamilton region. We are receiving former refugees and we are supporting them here in settling process for 1 year, and then the families are getting support from sector agencies as well. So right now we are only when the families arrive in the community, so we are welcoming them, and we invite the sector agencies as well to come and join us to welcome them, so they feel the Hamilton is their own home. So in this, I really appreciate that if Hamilton City Council is applying for this welcoming group, and then that would be a benefit for us as well, and we will work collaboratively with each other and see that how we can more closely work with and support our former refugee families in their settlement process. So that's all me.
Thank you very much. You're also quick. Any questions? More questions? No, we'll save those for the report. Thank you very much for your submission today. Appreciate that. And final speaker today is Jeremy from Creative Waikato, Jeremy Mail. Kia ora, Jeremy, welcome. And Jeremy speaking to the Chair's report. Jeremy, you know the drill. Yep.
Yes, indeed. Kia ora, everyone. Lovely to see you all. So yeah, I was invited to speak to the Chair's report, and we're speaking about the Creative Partnership Fund and art in Hamilton and what that means for our city, our most beautiful city. And we can see from that award that a large part of that comes from our arts, and it comes from activating and enabling that. So what I'm talking about is that creativity is a vital part of a thriving and innovative society. It's a part of our core, and I think it's something that we should continue to celebrate and continue to enable. Through engaging with arts and creativity in our everyday lives, we can stop relying on what has been and start imagining what might be. A better, more beautiful, more inspiring, more connected, and more friendly Kirikiriroa. Creativity is vital to our thriving humanity. It's essential. It's how we understand who we are, how we connect to one another. It's interwoven through all facets of our well-being. If we see well-being as an intricately woven cloth, this is our collective experience. And in it, we can see the horizontal threads as arts and culture, and the vertical threads as everything else. And when both of these things work together, arts and culture touching each strand of all other aspects of society, the interlocking strands become beautiful, strong, and inspiring. This fabric represents our capacity to live a healthy and fulfilling life by allowing us to identify who we are, how we engage with each other, how we think, and how we feel. This is our well-being. This is the vision that we have for what this fund could be if it is funded to the extent that we're looking for. We've talked a range of figures, and we've had a really positive meeting with Creative New Zealand, who are really enthusiastic about the work that's happening in the Waikato and in Hamilton in particular. There was the Ngā Toi Arohi Fund, which unfortunately has closed, and due to an issue with the way that fund was timed from Creative New Zealand's perspective, but also the fact that we don't have this dedicated arts fund, there were a number of groups that weren't able to submit to bringing that extra funding into the region, because that funding is based on partnership. It's based on having an investment from the local community to enable that to happen. And so there are between 8 to 10 projects that I know I was supporting to get through who weren't able to submit because they couldn't secure the funding in time. So if we have a flexible and robust creative partnership fund, there's a lot of potential for what this could mean for bringing in more funding. And another piece of news outside of what we had there is yesterday I was informed that Creative Waikato has been awarded the contract for an arts employment capability package from the ministry. And so that will be rolling out from next year, which will be supporting creative professionals to become an active part of our society, an active part of our economic development, and really thriving to enable that. There are a number of examples, both nationally and internationally, about how the arts and culture can be the driver of economic development, enhance our identity, increase livability and social cohesion, and be a vital tool for the growth, expansion and development of our young people into the imaginative, visionary and innovative world leaders of tomorrow. We have an opportunity here to look forward, to look towards the future of Kirikiriroa and start to invest in its people now, to be an active part of encouraging the creative legacy of this place, a place for us to become internationally recognised as a creative city, a space for us to embed creativity in the lives of all of our people. And I know that this may be seen as a big investment, particularly in this post-COVID environment, but I know that the return on this investment, what we might call our cultural dividend, has such an engaging impact that it is definitely worth the risk. And Creative Waikato look forward to working with you on making this happen.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any questions of Jeremy while he's there? Well, I've got 30 seconds, Jeremy. I will ask you, you had the head of Creative New Zealand here. How did he see us as compared to other provinces? Where are we at?
He sees there's a lot of potential here, and he acknowledges that there hasn't been as much investment here from Creative New Zealand, but they're looking at opportunities to expand the CCS as one way of enabling that, but it's also being able to make the opportunities from the likes of the Ngā Toiarohi Fund and those regional funds to work together in partnership. And so we're looking to strengthen that.
Cool. And just for the benefit of members, we had a really productive meeting with Mayor Paula and Stephen from Creative Waikato and Jeremy and myself about building that relationship so we can get more funding, basically. All right. Thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate it, mate. And, beg your pardon, was there Councillor McPherson, sorry, Dave.
Thank you. I was going to ask you, but I decided to go to someone more experienced. Yeah, to do with the chair's report. Jeremy, often around this council table we're hearing from the professional or semi-professional sort of arts sector, if you like, not the community arts sector who are basically head down, backside up, beavering away with their potting classes and their weaving classes and things like that. What's the attitude of Creative Waikato to giving that side of the arts sector a boost, because it doesn't seem to get a lot of limelight?
That's a big part of why I'm here. That's what I want this fund to be able to do, because I know that all of those grassroots community initiatives, those are what make the arts accessible to people. Those are what make people feel ownership over expressing their identity, exploring what makes them vulnerable, and so we need more for that. The tricky thing is that community arts projects are the hardest thing to get funded.
Yes.
So there's the Creative Community Scheme, but that always operates at capacity. In fact, the applications we get for that fund are usually 3 times more than the money we have to give out. And so decisions have to be made, and that's what makes it really hard. Where there's potential in this, let's call it $1 million arts fund from HCC, to enable those things, to really embed arts and creativity in the fabric of Hamilton, to support those things alongside the high quality things, but in a mix that works towards our vision for the city. So as part of that, Creative Waikato are developing a regional arts strategy called the Waikato Arts Navigator, which will be ready, hopefully before the end of the year, ready to submit for the long-term plan. But our vision is to have all councils in the Waikato region working towards the same vision, and this vision sees arts investment as an investment in people and sees it being grassroots and community-led and enabling our community to find their own connection with each other through that activity. And that means that we need to have a really active full ecosystem from community grassroots to professional and pathways between them, because that's what brings interest into the city, that brings economic development into the city, but it also embeds the well-being for our people who are here. And so it's about getting that balance right, and that's what we're
Thanks.
really key for.
And thanks,
Glad
Dave,
I
for-
asked him
Yeah, I'm
rather
glad you
than
asked
you,
him.
Mr.
Much
Chair.
glad that you asked him, actually. And Councillor Forsyth, we'll sneak one in from you too.
Thank you very quickly. Thanks, Jeremy. Just a couple of questions. You talked about, I've just written down notes, artists active in the environment. Could you just explain what that means? When you say that, I think artists in residence or something similar. So could you sort of flesh out that a little bit? That's the first thing.
Yep. So artists in residence is definitely one thing. Looking to create collective spaces for shared arts activity. Now the thing is that for a lot of artists and a lot of art forms, it's a solitary thing, and they do it in garages or they do it in weird places. But creating environments for them to work together, for them to collaborate, for them to learn off one another, to enhance the creative ecosystem, that's really key. So that's one of the things. But it's also looking at the way that artists can serve as communicators, and they can speak to environmental issues, they can speak to social issues, they can connect with what's going on in the region, within the city, and tell that story more powerfully to connect with other people. So it's serving the environment and being within it as well.
Thank you, and I'm glad you mentioned the environment because, I think that's at the base of everything, yes. Creativity in self and connecting with each other, but you've got to connect with yourself and the environment first as a base platform.
Last one,
It's
mate.
fitting that we've got our multi interdenominational group here this morning, and there's obviously items on the agenda that speak to our ethnic diversity. So I'm just interested, how do we, or how do you, Creative Waikato, weave, I'm talking about threads, our ethnic diversity and their expression of identity, how is that nurtured and brought forward? Because I feel like there's a bit of a, you've got to be in those communities to understand what's going on. I don't think it's
Definitely.
visual enough.
So there's a couple of options. There's a couple of ways that we're actively trying to do that. One is that we have a number of those groups come through Creative Communities scheme, and so we're working with them to kind of enhance and support the work that they do. Two, we just launched a Waikato-wide crowdfunding platform through Boosted, the Arts Foundation, and one of those projects is an Indian-led musical concert that's looking to raise funds for a multicultural concert series that would happen in Hamilton. And so Creative Waikato have been working with them on their strategic planning and kind of governance building up to that funding. So that's available now. You can check it out on Boosted. Every little bit of money helps. We've just launched 11 projects that are looking to raise $110,000. And then the third thing is, in the post-lockdown, with actually the support of HCC through their COVID response fund, we developed a program called Kotahitanga Through Creativity with the help of Jenny, who's here, which was looking at celebrating our diverse community, celebrating inclusivity, and bringing communities together through art. And so that was done through an online gallery, a physical gallery, and a printed poster that showed all of the artworks that was delivered into every home in the Waikato region. The next phase of that we're currently in development on, which we've got some support from Trust Waikato and are looking for a little bit more support on, is the development of a school kit, which is a resource kit based on these artworks that would go to 500 schools in Hamilton and the Waikato, which would encourage them to engage with that art, give them activities to respond to those artworks through their own creativity, as well as sparking conversation around inclusivity and celebrating the ethnic diversity of the Waikato region. So that's the next big project that we'd be working on now and looking to roll out next year. And those are just a couple of the examples.
Thank you. Look, I can also organise a cup of tea for you guys, because this is what Jeremy's doing is fascinating and it takes more time than we've got here to discuss. But if you ever want to organise an offline cup of tea, I'll be glad to. Thanks, Jeremy. Very
Awesome.
much appreciate
Pleasure.
your attendance.
No
Thank
worries.
you, councillors.
Thank you.
So that thus endeth the public forum. We don't need to move anything for that, do we? No. That's just, no, great. So we're moving item 9, which is on page 44, welcoming communities. To next, we'd invite Andy up. Now, Councillor Kesh has really been driving this. She's doing a magnificent job. So, Kesh, I'll ask you to open this item, please, for the group.
It has taken a long time, and I would like to acknowledge the work from Jovi and Andy and team. There's a lot of background work that's gone on, and I'm really excited and thankful that this has finally come to council. So the Welcoming Communities accreditation program, it's central government led. If our application is accepted, then our ethnic development advisor will develop a community steering group to develop the Welcoming Communities plan. It won't cost us anything. In fact, we would receive funding for the first 3 years. Hamilton City Council, we can continue to be a leader in this space. Jovi, our current ethnic development advisor, she's already a leader in this sector. But this accreditation program will provide further structure, a strategic approach and framework, and it'll allow us to work collaboratively with our community to shape a plan. So we can tailor a plan that focuses on the unique needs of Hamilton. So Chair Mark and I, we've been meeting many ethnic groups over the past couple of months to introduce ourselves and to learn about their unique challenges that they face and how council can help. And what we have gathered, a common theme is that everyone wants to feel a sense of belonging and they want to feel included. So creating a welcoming feeling for newcomers will not only benefit us and the whole community now, but it sets us up for intergenerational advantages of connectedness and social inclusion. And just to point out that this work speaks directly to one of our 5 key priorities for the city, in that we want to create a Hamilton where all people can thrive.
Thank you, Kesh.
And I will hand over to...
All right, and will you be moving this?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, do we have a seconder? I'm happy to second if there's no others. Okay, it's on the table. Thanks, guys.
Councillors, thank you, Councillor Kesh. I'm not on anymore. Here we go. Really appreciate both the words spoken there, Councillor, and by our community partners as well, in endorsing the amazingly connected community that we have within the settlement sector. We have organisations that are really mature and are investing not only their own staff resources, but their energy and heart to making this city a place where all of our people thrive. I had the privilege of being a part of a workshop on Saturday for the Waikato Intercultural Fund, and the conversation there was one of how do we make connections between the really diverse elements of our community, and the onus not being on our new migrants to make it all happen, but the onus being on us as the leaders of our community and mainstream community to work in partnership and to roll out a mat that says you're not just welcome in theory, but you're welcome in practice. When we talk to Te Ngāwha Whakatupu Āki Committee around this particular project, they were really excited about the opportunity for tangata whenua to not just be a part of things down the road, but to invest into what our expression of interest would look like when we get to the point of developing a localised welcoming communities plan, being at the table and being a part of that advisory group that helps us shape what those initiatives are that are happening within the city. If I'm honest, we're not at a zero. There's already so many good things happening across the city that we will be able to speak to in both our application and a local welcoming plan. Things like our new settlers guide. Just last week I got unsolicited feedback about how useful this has been for people who have moved into our city and making the connections both from a social but also from an economic perspective. But we can do better. On Saturday there were numbers of stories of individuals standing up and communicating to the group their experience of trying to find employment, and though they're skilled and trained, the lack of doors opening. And we don't play in all of this, but we can as council help facilitate the leadership of how do we get better as a city, that in 10 years, 15 years, those who are moving into our city aren't experiencing the same challenges that those who are currently new migrants are. So happy to really answer any questions that you might have around the program. Councillor Rob, in answer to your question, the idea would be that we as council would sign an agreement with Immigration New Zealand. We would be the fund holder of that 50,000 for the next 3 years. We would work with our community partners to develop that localised plan, and then that 50,000 would be a joint, how do we enhance the initiatives that are happening, or how do we fill gaps that have been identified. We're in a position, unlike some of the councils that were in the pilot, where we do have Jovi as a part of us. So lots of those communities that were in the pilot needed to employ somebody like Jovi to be able to lead this work, whereas we as a team are set up to continue to work in partnership with our stakeholders in our community. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Just in looking at your, thank you for very good work, and thanks, Cash, for your leadership in this. I know you've been very, very passionate about it indeed. So, just in terms of the expression of interest, are you? So this is the information that you're going to send. This is the submission, in its final format, is it?
No, there's opportunities still for further feedback from yourselves and others within council. This is the draft format. We've submitted in conversation, Jovi, with Immigration New Zealand has received some feedback, so we're going to enhance it slightly in some ways, but we're not planning to submit until the 30th, so there's opportunity for members to give feedback.
So is this a funding that's aimed at councils expressly, or is it, so it's coming to councils? Yes. So that's why we're taking the lead on it, as opposed to via a partnership with our other, I mean, and I can see that they've partnered.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. The funding is between council and Immigration New Zealand. So the plan in terms of them rolling out is that all councils would participate in this in time, but it's a staged approach for their own resourcing.
So I did read it last night, and maybe I've missed a few things or not, but in respect to it's where you put IJK, what's that? Number 3, IJK. In respect to there, we talk about the ability of community groups to use Hamilton City Council's facilities and so on. I wondered whether it wasn't stronger to talk about the fact that to the extent to which they already are used and the opportunity to expand on that base. Just a question, because so community groups can use the City Council's reception lounge. Well, of course they can, but do they? But we know they do. We know they use a lot of our spaces all of the time. In fact, what we also know, and if it's in an opportunity paragraph, is that, or would it be useful to put that we know that the facilities are under strain because more and more we're growing into that space, and cultural groups find it really difficult to get a cost-effective space no matter what we offer. It was one thing, whether that added value. And I didn't see, although there again I may have missed it in reading fast, was reference to our schools. So, for example, I'm very familiar with a couple of schools, but Knighton has a multicultural classroom for migrants that they put on just and it lasts a year or something, but they have the largest diversity of, because they're a university.
Could you wind up your question, please, Mayor Paula?
Sorry, so I'm asking if they're going to use the schools.
Thank you.
Yes.
And one more.
Absolutely.
I think we could make reference. The other thing is the Māngai Māori. I see you talk about working with Thork, etc. No reference. Could there be a reference to working in-house with our own Māngai?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And look, just I will remind members that Andy has left it open for us to email him suggestions and the like, so let's not design this thing on the fly. But thank you. Good suggestions. Thank you. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Kesh, for your opening presentation, and Andy for clarifying my earlier question. Did we submit to participate in the pilot scheme in 2017?
there wasn't a submission process. We articulated we would be keen, but the groups that were chosen were those that were less advanced in their maturity.
Okay. So we didn't have we weren't granted an opportunity to participate in the pilot scheme. Do we have to have an operational plan and a budget before immigration will, consider giving us the 50,000? It just seems from Kesha's presentation that if we are successful in getting the grant, we'll then engage with the sector and put together an operational plan and budget. Do we have? Is that a roundabout sort of a way, or have we already done the operational plan?
From a council perspective, we as a community and social development team have resource in terms of Jovi. We've got resource in terms of partnership and working with. Through our grants program, we support the organisation. Through our comms and engagement plan, we have translation of resources, and so there's a number of things that we as council already have committed in terms of our visioning of that all people would thrive. From a process-wise, if we were to not join the Welcoming Communities program, a development of a local welcoming plan to make sure that we're all aligned is probably a really good thing still. But we haven't progressed that to the level that would be progressed if we signed up with the program.
So one final question: if we are successful, or even if in terms of the submission, will Immigration New Zealand put any specific conditions on Hamilton City Council to incur additional costs that we're not already incurring? Or is this 50,000 often seed money means that we'll put in 50, but you have to spend 200, and 200 more than what you're spending at the moment. Is that the psyche, the approach that they're making, or could we integrate that 50,000 into our existing budgets so that we can either enhance what we're doing or it will offset what we've already been incurring costs on?
We will need to do up the parameters of the funding agreement. The conversations that we've had to date are definitely that the expectation isn't that we spend a lot more money. The expectation to date, though, is that 50,000 doesn't just get sucked up into what we already do. So there will be some specificity.
There'll be some opportunity to spend that
how do
on
we enhance
enhancing
that
the program.
It's clean for a council that didn't have Jovi. It would be really clean to say it's salary, but 50,000 is probably not a full-time salary. So there would be those commitments. We're not in that space. We definitely are. And how do we enhance the great work that's already funded by us and our community partners?
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor Margaret. Sorry,
Thanks,
Margaret,
Chair.
before you go, is anyone else warm in here? I wonder if we may cool the room down. Thank you.
I think it's great.
We'll just throw some eucalyptus into the middle of the floor. And sorry to break your flow there, Margaret.
For once, I'm not freezing in here. I think it's great.
Sorry, they're just getting ready for summer. God, blimey, I've thrown my own meeting into disarray. Sorry, Margaret, go ahead.
No worries, thank you. It's just similar line of questioning to Councillor Rob. I just want to get my head around it. So the 50,000 is, point 26 states that the regular operating activity is going to be funded through the LTP. So does this 50,000 mean that, does that mean that we will be supported in this 50k funding to do what we're currently doing, or you've just said that we're going to be doing more?
So the 50,000 will be for enhancement of what we do. So that may be increased translation costs for things that we currently aren't translating to different languages. So it could be we're doing some, it might be more.
Right.
So the 50,000 is definitely not just going to go into and not be, there will be particular projects that we need to deliver that will be agreed on in developing of the plan.
Okay.
And that might be in partnership with our community partners. So it may not just be council spending an additional 50,000. It may be that we work in partnership, and that 50,000 is outworked through a community partners initiative. Yeah.
Thank you. And so that means point 27, it's a 3-year funding agreement. So what happens after 3 years? No more money? And who picks up that cost?
So the current agreements that have been signed with Immigration New Zealand is that it is a 3-year commitment. The pilot is a couple of years old and this has been rolled out, so it's hard to fully crystal ball gaze what might happen in 3 years' time from the program's perspective nationally.
Yep.
But in terms of the work that is currently funded by both ourselves and all of the organisations within the settlement sector would be, hopefully, we have great wins, and so we're doing more, we're more efficient, we've got greater wellbeing outcomes, that if there is additional money needed, we will hopefully have the feelers out for where that might be achieved through. But it's hard to know in 3 years' time what the government's position will be in terms of funding councils to continue in this work. It's unlikely that we're going to be less culturally diverse.
Yep.
It's unlikely that in 3 years' time the government isn't keen for us to be continually better in terms of what it means to be intercultural and inclusive and diverse in terms of our leadership opportunities.
Okay. Especially if it's a
Yeah.
pilot program.
So the pilot program has been completed.
Oh, okay.
So that was the original 7 councils, and now the decision from government is to roll it out and to expand it. They are doing that in a staged effect. We're hopeful that we're in that first stage and that we can show and case study and highlight the great work that's happening in this city. Already we are seen as a leader from lots of the places who were the pilot groups, but we know that we haven't made it fully. We can definitely enhance and get better and get more welcoming. So
thank you, Andy.
Thanks. So just for my clarity, so you're thinking after 3 years there could be an opportunity for further funding or from government, or you don't know that yet, or we should be in a position where we can basically support what we're doing through other channels, whether it's partnerships or existing funds. So I'm just curious to know, is there an LTP effect from this?
So the current long-term plan that Council is discussing, we've got no additional resource going towards this. We think we are set up to deliver what we're proposing here. And if I think about a particular project that the Multicultural Services Trust has done over the last few years in terms of their driver training, that started from a pilot of, can we give this a go to develop the driving capacity of our community? That's been so successful that the Settlement Centre has been able to pick up a contract with government to roll that out. And so there may be that in this 150,000, there are some projects that are piloted that then unlock other resources to the region because of the success of the pilot. We're a little bit early to be able to say what that looks like, but I would say that there will be opportunities like that.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Andy. Holly, I've been trying to mouth at you saying you're next. Okay. That's all right. No, they're good questions, but I will ask people to keep the questions, and Andy, your answer's quite concise because we've got a fair hung to get through. So thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Look, Andy, I thank you both for your presentation. I think I've understood your answers to everybody else so that I'm clear, but I make this point. It would have been much easier if there was slightly better explanation in the report as to the financial consequences. But my question is this. You're giving us an assurance that other than what's articulated on page 52 being grants and staff time, there is no quantum that Hamilton City Council is allocating for this project for the next 3 years. It is the 50,000 per year if we're successful from the government.
The work that the Community and Social Development team, as part of Lance's team, that is in the long-term plan for our staff resourcing and our ability to do, that is the primary fund.
Perfect. Could you please give me the quantum? As you've sat and you've proportioned that, you should be able to tell us, if you've reviewed the figures and you've attributed resources to that function, what is the quantum per year over the 10-year period?
So the not being able to give a one straight figure is because our team works with a view and a lens of our communities of place, identity, and interest. Okay. Our work with the ethnic communities is not just Jovi, and so for me to go, it's Jovi's role, but it's not Ben's role, is not a true way in which we work. So I'd have to give you the consolidated cost of what our team does, rather than saying this is particularly for our welcoming communities. Okay. Sorry, Lance.
Are you happy with that one? Or?
I'm supportive of this.
Thanks.
But I'm sending a clear message to the GM. In the future, I need to see, as part of my role in governance, a true allocation of resources. Otherwise, it's too nebulous, right? I have no optics. I'm supportive, but I'm just saying, General Manager, if we've sat down and I'll leave it for the debate, but I'm getting really serious about these questions because I need a higher standard in the reporting with more transparency.
Point made, Lance. Do you want to respond at this point?
Yeah, point taken. And what we can do is, as Andy explained, that there's some crossover with different roles and that sort of thing. So we can grab up Jovi's salary and operating costs, and then the percentage of time of other community advisors that's spent on this type of activity. So point taken, but we would clarify in future reports that it is an estimated cost, because there will be, 10% around the margins on depending on what happens with different events and different things happening.
I'd be very happy with that.
Yeah.
The fact that there's nothing
Appreciate
there
that. Yeah, thank you.
is what I'm having a problem with.
Okay, point well made, Ewan. Thank you. That's all for you, mate.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Maxine.
Chair, and thanks Andy, Jovi, for your work, and at a really high level also to our other submitters here today, and for your work in this part of the sector. Which at that high level is really clear to be able to see the connections and the potential to be able to dig that in further into our communities. We've heard speakers talk about inclusion and isolation as being some of the key barriers to well-being for our migrant communities. And my question really is about, have you thought about how you might be able to develop these ideas down into that kind of neighbourhood level, and what that might mean in terms of resource and other community engagement?
The local welcoming plan will go into some of that detail. There's already work that's happening from Red Cross in terms of what settlement looks like for our refugee community, and how do they engage with the school community or the neighbourhood. There's already work that happens within the diversity of our communities, who kind of look at how do they grow those networks. There's definitely an element of how do we as council make sure that our facilities are welcoming and encourage that kind of connection. So there's some, and our local welcoming plan will identify, I guess, some of the stuff that we're already doing, but then the work of the advisory group and that inclusive larger group that will support that will really be around how do we enhance that. And so some of the detail that you're particularly thinking about, I would envision will come out as we talk with where people are living and what connections are important through the facilities that are in their neighbourhood, and the schools and the other places that engagement happen and, you know, social cohesion can be developed. So,
And there'll be the opportunity for feedback and development further of
Absolutely.
that, and capturing also the feedback of the migrants themselves about.
totally.
Great.
Absolutely. This is not an idea that we will say this is something we will do to you, but it is something that we have responsibility of making sure that our city is as welcoming as possible. So,
Kia ora,
kia ora.
thank you.
That makes sense, thank you. Councillor Abipan Mangai Te Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou. Have we explored funding from other agencies or organisations to contribute to the enhancement of what we currently do?
The current timeline in this report is that we, in September, got notification that central government had agreed to expand the pilot, and that an opportunity to submit an expression of interest was before November. So currently we've had the conversations of let's put forward an expression of interest, and then part of that development of the local welcoming plan will be identifying who's doing what and what other opportunities
And
are.
then we can
Yep.
put that in cover. And just the other question was not the engagement with our mana whenua. Have we engaged with Waikato Tainui?
Waikato Tainui are part of our Te Ngāwha Whakatupu Aki committee. So from that perspective, we started with them to go, this is our idea that we would submit an expression of interest.
Okay.
Was that something that you think is good? And they were very encouraging. So they were a part of that
Of
forum.
the concept.
Great. All right, thank you for your incisive questions, councillors. There have been no more questions. Councillor Kesh has moved it. I've seconded it. Councillor Kesh, do you wish to debate on the matter, or do you want to reserve your right for replying?
I'll wait.
Okay. Are there any other... Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, first of all, I want to acknowledge the political and community leadership of Councillor Kesh and Councillor Mark. Really good, very delighted. I also want to, and if we look at the appendix and the groups that are involved, and I'm just, if I can, go to the list, and it is a very expressive list under 8. I want to also pay tribute to those who have also made a contribution in the public forum. As you know, I'm into history and I'm into people who've walked before. So there's 2 unseen members of this audience who would be cheering this on. One is the late Barbara Redfern, who gave her life to new settlers into the community. And in fact, I think I remember being with Barbara Redfern in the late 80s when we welcomed the first batch of Somali refugees at what was then the Melville Boys' Home. Another person is Jovi's predecessor, the late Councillor Philip Young. So they are 2 unseen members of this audience today. It is obviously a given that, of course, we will apply to be part of the program, and for some reason I'm a little bit surprised we're not already there. And I will say that Kirikura Hamilton is second to none in terms of the community infrastructure and the dedicated people that the late Philip Young and Barbara Redfern personifies, who are there doing so much wonderful work in the community. Of course, the reminder is we have to continue to keep doing better, and that is a given. So with great enthusiasm, I will be, of course, supporting this motion, and a shout out again to Kesh and Bunty for your excellent political leadership, and of course to Jovi and Andy.
Thanks, Martin. Appreciated. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Well, first of all, I also would like to add my thanks to Kesh's hard work on this issue. It's really appreciated with Mark and, in fact, staff, because it's a really worthy project. Number 2, when I look at the list highlighted by Councillor Gallagher, I note, and I've heard from the Red Cross, an organisation that I've got a lot of time for, and in fact I recall my wife working for and being involved in this sort of project before she left to go overseas. So I fully and absolutely and unreservedly support this initiative. My questions and my feeling towards management is that when these projects come forward, it is absolutely essential that in reports that there is a clear figure that is placed in the report about staff's costs and contribution to a project. And I'm really comfortable with the premise that it comes with a note saying it could be 10 or 15% either way. The reason it's so important is it's just good management, and from our point of view, it's absolutely essential governance to understand that we as an organisation value our staff time and that we're prepared to acknowledge what it is when it comes to a specific project. Second of all, it helps shape our narrative back to our ratepayers and our community when we say what we spend in community and in what areas. And so it's an easy to go to figure. And thirdly, I note that, you know, clearly we're committed. Page 52 shows the amount of money we put forward to community grants, nearly $1 million each year. And so it's just good discipline. So my critique is not about the project, is not about the supporters, not wanting community outcomes. It's about, as an organisation, Hamilton City Council, let's get the small detail right. Let's be transparent so that we don't have to spend multiple questions trying to get some clear optics. I expect a higher standard, and I'm pleased that we're going to get that.
Thank you, Ewan. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, also add my vote of thanks because I know how many hours and time you've put into this, Kesh, in particular, and you, Mark, also, but I know that this has been your lead, so thank you very much for that. Somebody said earlier in one of their presentations, it might have been in the public forum, about turning up at events like Diwali and things. And what I want to say is that we absolutely need to go beyond turning up to community events, and I attend many and I love them. And I learn a lot about the cultures at those places. But what this is about, I believe, is going beyond that to tackle the barriers for migrants and to grab the opportunities for migrants, because when they do well, everyone else will do well too. We've got to remember, and I thought your comment, Martin, about Philip Yong was well made, because he came into my mind too. He did as much as he could within his working hours to support the migrant communities, and he'd be totally delighted with the work that we've made in recent years, not only through this particular initiative, but in what's going on in the settlement centre, Ellie, Sharma, all of those places that are beginning to really blossom. This to me is, and remember, some of our migrants are actually refugees as well. Not all are. Some choose to come and live here, and some are displaced people. They've left their families, their friends. They've seen horrible things happen in their lifetime, so sometimes they come with quite a lot of hurt and trauma. And it's really important that we help people feel safe in our city. This 110% that's within the vision statement about a city where people thrive. And I will just say that I'm so supportive of this because, in my view, thriving is more than surviving, and that's where we're heading. I've been clear all along that my goal is to see Hamilton be the most thriving and vibrant multicultural city in New Zealand, and I believe we can because we have the right team and the right heart for it. So this is exciting work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Robb.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I support this application for the additional funding, which I believe will enhance the work Council already does in the immigration community. Whenever the sector presents here to council, it's always a good news story. And to me, as a member of the governance group, it sends a message that not only are our community governance group and our staff are doing a magnificent job in working closely with the immigration, with this community. And I too had the privilege to work quite closely with Philip Young in my first term and went to a large number of the meetings that Philip was regularly welcome to with the various groups. But just on the negative side, I cannot believe that we would be successful with Immigration New Zealand without submitting a plan and a financial budget to support this application for funding. And I think in terms of supporting Councillor Wilson, I am a little concerned that we're not getting oversight on the actual costs that Council and the ratepayers are funding into this project. Not that we want to be critical of it, but I think that we definitely need that oversight. In my 2 terms as councillor, I have been crusading against the comments that I read in paragraph 26, which says that the costs will occur within existing budgets. I thought we'd moved on from those kind of comments, and I would like to see more oversight in this area. And I think in some of the reports that we do receive now, we do get more of that information. So maybe there's a slippage here, but I think given that all of our existing budgets are currently contestable in terms of our long-term plan discussions, this would have been an opportunity for some oversight on the cost of this project, which I think will eventually need to be provided to support the application for the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And Councillor Maxine.
Thanks very much, and I too will be supporting the application for this program. I see it as a really critical way to make sure that we are one of the most welcoming cities in the country, and that we have the skills and the networks in order to be able to deliver on it. Making sure our migrants are welcome in their neighbourhoods is really important to me and other councillors around the table, I've no doubt. But also having access to work is really critical too. I thank Councillor Gallagher for reminding me about number 8 and the partners who you'll work with in order to develop your welcoming plan activities. And I note a glaring omission and ask that you take note of that and have a think about our workers' rights and the migrant workers, who are often the most vulnerable of workers, they don't understand New Zealand's employment law and their rights at work, and that look to a union in order to be able to educate them around that. First Union offers the best contact point for migrant workers and have a particular migrant worker network, whom I encourage you to engage with. They'll have specific ideas about the vulnerability and some of the work that they're doing to overcome those vulnerabilities and grow worker awareness. So in supporting you, I would encourage you to have a talk to them as well. So kia ora, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Kia ora, Maxine. Just before Keisha's write a reply, I just want to say thank you, staff, for what you're doing. I think it's a pretty well scrutinised application for some income. And I agree with the governance questions that Ewan and Rob were asking. We do need to see accountability. It makes it a little bit easier to get these things across the line for us, rather than us having to question. But I just want to say thank you very much, and it'll be an exciting, I wish you luck with the application. I just want to say a quick word in favour of Keisha's work in this. We go out and see the community groups, etc. They like me, but they love Kesh. So She's our secret weapon in this field. So it's great. Thank you, Kesh, for your leadership in this part of this. So, Kesh, I'll leave you with the right of reply.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments and your questions, and again, Andy and Jovi for bringing this to us. I'll try and keep this short as possible, but just so I did try to do as much as I could for this program, and the one thing that was the catalyst for me wanting to join council was the Christchurch terror attacks, and was that point when I said to myself, I'm going to give this a go and do what I can for our communities and our ethnic communities in particular, and work on the inclusion of all sectors of the community, not just ethnic communities, but everybody. And before the welcoming communities work came to my attention, I was actually having conversations with Jovi from a year ago about how we can develop a multicultural inclusion plan. So it actually had nothing to do with this. And so we got working together on what aspects we'd be looking at and how we can form this localized plan. And then it just so happens that Welcoming Communities, Immigration New Zealand said, you know what, the pilot worked, and now we're inviting other councils to join us. So it actually works out quite well because they've set up the framework for exactly what we were trying to do. And instead of duplicating that work, this just provides the framework as well as extra funding. So it's like the cherry on the top. Mayor Paula and I have actually met the new national manager for the Office of Ethnic Communities, and she was very supportive as well of everything that Hamilton is doing and of our work going forward. And like someone pointed out, we have a responsibility as a council, as a city, to actually do what we can to provide the framework for our communities to thrive. So I'm looking forward to the outcome of the application, but no matter what the outcome is, I know that our work in this area will continue regardless. Thank you.
Thank you, Kesh. So with no more speakers, we will take it to the board. It's been moved and seconded. This is as the staff recommendation. So can we vote on there, please? We'll go to the board, Ms. Maud.
Unanimously.
Well done, Kesh. Good job. Oh, and you drew applause. Good start. Brilliant. Well done. Okay, now we are aiming for a cup of tea at around 11, but we've had Holly Snape waiting patiently. So with your leave, councillors, I did mention this would be flexible. We don't actually need to move this formally, but we will bring the Community Waikato verbal update to the next item, and then we'll take a break after that. Thanks, Holly. We'll invite you up. So this is item number 7 on page 16 of Diligent.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to come and speak. I do appreciate having a little bit of time to talk about some of the things we've been doing and looking at with regard to the community sector. And I'm sure you're all aware the last year has been quite a unique one for the community sector. The response to COVID, I think we saw some outstanding work from our community and social service providers right across the sector. We initially undertook some research which was quite quantitative in nature initially, just to get a sense of the numbers, what was happening across the sector in terms of who was operating, who wasn't, and who had changed their business. And we did find there was quite a shift during that period. Since we've come out of, I suppose, that initial part of COVID and community organisations are finding their feet again, we've been hearing a lot of talk about I suppose, the impact on organisations, how they're operating, how they're feeling. And we thought it would be timely to undertake a piece of qualitative research to try and capture that and capture what's happening in terms of themes across the community and social service sector. Now, I believe everyone will have read the report, eh? So I'm not going to read it to you. That's cool. I even made a note of some highlights, which I brought in my notebook. Okay. Probably the first thing is people haven't had a break. People have been working additional hours. What's really interesting, and I'm sure you would have picked it up in the report, is that a lot of other sectors were able to access quite a bit of additional support for their organisations, and that was through being able to demonstrate a 30 or 40% decrease in their revenue, and were able to access wage subsidies. And of course, that's not really applicable to the community and social service sector because of the way that we're funded. What we have seen, though, is very often at least a 30 to 40% increase in work. So we were already quite feeling under-resourced and understaffed, and suddenly a whole lot of additional pressures. That's a difficulty that we need to escalate to government, and we are having those conversations because I think that's where this sort of stuff sits. But I want you to be kind of aware that that is a pressure that's sitting on the shoulders of our community organisations currently. And they really do need a break. People are utterly exhausted, and we're coming up to Christmas, and people are taking a break. And there are implications for this as well. A piece of work we're currently involved with, so this was not a part of this. This is something I've done since this, working alongside the WISE group and a number of our community and social service providers, particularly in the food space. So a lot of you who have been around for a while will know that over Christmas our food banks all close. Like I say, people need a break. We always end up with an issue at that time of year. We have started mapping the ecosystem and have been able to see how significant this is going to be. It's always a bit of a problem. This year, it's really significant. This gives you a bit of a sense. This is designed by Edna Severn, quite an amazing designer of many of our images. So this here gives you an idea of what will be available to the public for emergency food over the Christmas shutdown period, 2 to 3 weeks. In terms of food parcels, they won't be available. In terms of the rescued food, Kaivolution continues to operate. Our community houses and other venues where that food would normally go to shut down for that period. So it creates a little bit of an issue about how to disseminate food. And in our other space, the community meals, we have the Serve, who will operate 365 days a year, relying on volunteer support, also have very tired volunteers. They're really the only place operating, doing the meals. So you can see that actually works out to be some fairly significant numbers. We're in the process of developing a system to hopefully resolve that, and I'd flag that to you now because this has sort of come out of the food need that you would have seen a little bit about in the research. We've done some additional stuff, and we will be approaching funders through that funding network in the next little while. Once we've just finalised some numbers, Ewan will make sure we get all those quite specific.
Shout out. Yeah, mate.
I appreciate how important they are, Ewan. The way the funders resourced the sector during COVID, I want to point out that was exceptional, and every person we spoke to raved about that and about the Hamilton City Council response. People felt supported by council. The relationship we have with those people working in the community development unit, it's a really strong relationship already. Everyone knew who everyone was, and it meant that we could actually get on with the work really easily and had great communication pathways into council. The resourcing that came back from council was exceptional. And one thing you may have picked up in the research, or I hope you did, was that this way of funding changed the sector. It changed how we communicate. We're often accused of working in silos, their unwillingness sometimes to partner or collaborate. Contestable funding models aren't very conducive to that sort of way of working, but this way of working was amazing. It was far more what we'd call a participatory model of funding, where it was like, we know there is need, here are some resources, how would you go about making that happen? How would you go about addressing it? And community organisations were able to partner far more freely to do that. So I did want to say a big thank you to the work that you'd all done in that space, and for being willing to be so innovative around that funding, because I know that's difficult, and particularly when you're a local territorial authority. So that did make a massive difference. And we saw what a difference that made compared to other areas as well who didn't have the same kind of relationship with the council, or a council that was willing to be quite so innovative. So big thanks to that. The other big thing that came out of this research that was completely unexpected from my position is almost every person I spoke to talked about the difficulties they're having with their facilities. And that was both from people currently housed in council facilities and organisations that rent facilities from private spaces or own their facilities. And that it is really hard to find funding to do anything around your maintenance or any improvements or anything like that. It's extremely hard. It's hard to get funding for staff, let alone your building. And we're finding, people were making comments about, their facilities just rotting around them. It's really hard to deliver a professional, mana-enhancing service when you feel like you're working in a space that's just becoming kind of grotty and falling apart around you. I know that that's really difficult and it is a hard thing to get funding for, but I suppose I just want to put it out there for you guys to think about the impact that has and the impact it has on the way that the sector is able to deliver service. I don't have a lot more necessarily I wanted to say. I kind of wanted to give you guys some time to ask any questions, and I will do my very best to answer them.
Thank you, Holly. Councillor Dave, you first up.
Thanks, Holly, and thanks for your submission and support of council upgrading its community facilities that we lease out. In fact, that is coming up a little bit later. I think it's a very good point. Using some of those facilities myself, I couldn't but agree. But the question I was going to ask, you touched on early in your summary, was the wage subsidy not being available because of the type of funding that community organisations get, and yet your income hasn't necessarily reduced, or the
yes,
but your work has significantly increased, and that's not being supported by government. You mentioned we'll have to get on to, or something like that, get on to lobbying the government. Has that not actually happened yet? What can we do in this area? Maybe even some sample cases that we can start putting to cabinet ministers and local MPs now that we've got a batch of new ones around the place?
So there are a couple of areas where that is happening. Community Networks Aotearoa are an umbrella organisation working with network organisations like ourselves across the country, and they've certainly been having those conversations. It's been coming through ComVoices as well. I think the difficulty with the community and social service sector is there isn't really one place that people can go to and kind of have someone advocate for you, like, say, Sport New Zealand can do so for sport, and creative or arts we're able to do for the arts sector. We don't really have one umbrella body that's able to do that. So it comes from lots of different places, but sometimes I wonder if it doesn't quite carry the same weight. And we certainly would love to see our local territorial authorities supporting us in some of those conversations. We also know that there's some excellent data. If you look at the data that the Salvation Army collected to demonstrate its increase in work was significant around the country, sometimes a 900% increase, quite amazing. So we know the data's there, but yeah, quite difficult to get a collective voice to really drive that point forward.
A collective voice from the community, you say,
yes,
because there is a minister of community and voluntary sector and an office.
Yes, that's right. And certainly
office.
These conversations are going there, but it's not coming from one place. There's not like a body that's driving that. It's lots of little voices, and I don't know if our voices are loud.
Okay, so we could maybe look at that, how we can help them.
And yeah, I'd love to work together on that. Thanks. You, David.
Thanks, Dave. Good suggestion. Councillor Margaret.
Thanks, Holly.
Before you start, Margaret, is anyone too cold? Just kidding. I need you cold.
I haven't got any layers left.
Sorry, Margaret, they've been moaning all day. What are you going to do? Just let it be. Put
Thanks,
your jackets
Holly.
on, stop moaning.
It was a really good report, and I'm sort of just checking out the recommendations. A lot of them are around funding, but also the way that you, the community, this community sector can work more collaboratively. So those look like wins learned from COVID and that experience. So just referring to asset repair and maintenance that you talked about, What's Community Waikato's role in mobilising the volunteer sector to help support, but also, you know, deliver on maintenance of buildings? And the first thing that pops into my mind is Habitat for Humanity. I know it's more about building homes, but potentially there's something there. So what's happening in that space? And I think about what volunteers used to do in the old days. You know, a group would get together and they'd build a Te Rapa Sports Dome, or somebody else would get together and they'd build another community facility. So it seems to be a skill that is not so prevalent now. So
I think in terms of mobilising volunteers, we'd always work with Volunteering Waikato to do that, because that's sort of their mandate in their space. I think in terms of big kind of work like creating a new space or adding to an addition, there's a whole lot of council restriction around that too. It's not something we could just go ahead and do with a group of volunteers, and we have liabilities around the quality of the work and who's able to actually conduct that work as well. So that's the sort of thing we might need to take into account. With the smaller things, I mean, it's still things like we need new carpet, and that's still a cost, you know, that the cost of the carpet's still expensive. We could absolutely, I'm sure, find someone to give us a hand to put it in, and maybe at a reduced rate. Same with painting, you know, painting walls, there's still a cost to paint. And you know, so I think that there are always very tangible costs related to the work that needs to be done. And we can't just rely on volunteers to give their time and their resources constantly to do that, because we actually rely on them to do everything else so often in our sector. I think, though, that there is some space for it, but we need to be quite specific about what it is that we'd expect volunteers to do and what it is they can't do, and where are the tangible costs still to organisations that would somehow need to find a way to cover.
Great. I just raised a question. I just, you know, is it something that's in your
certainly worth
consciousness?
exploring.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And secondly, basic needs, food, keeps jumping off the page to me. So completely understand that. One of the things that I did notice during lockdown, and I sort of refer back to that, was that it was really difficult to buy seedlings and plants, because people decided, well, actually, I've got to grow my own.
Yes.
So there's one thing is to give people, but there's another way is to provide skills and teach, and you know, how do you support yourself, or how can you grow your own? And when we haven't got quarter acre sections anymore, it's actually a little bit more difficult, but there are ways around it.
Oh, absolutely.
So is there a role for you in that as well, or is that not something?
That wouldn't be us. That would probably more places like Coevolution would support, you know, Go Eco, would be in that space. I think it's difficult. A lot of our food need is coming from places like the emergency accommodation, and there is not space there to be growing food. It's also quite expensive to start that process. I think it's a great process, and I absolutely think we need to be doing more of it, but I don't think it's a solution to our emergency food problem. We know that emergency food need has increased significantly during this COVID period. My argument would be that it is not actually just a result of COVID, but more people recognising where it is they can go for support, so actually having more people ask who weren't asking before as well. I think there are multiple solutions to the problem, but I think there's also, at a very base level, a very much emergency need that we address through our food banks traditionally, and through our community meals that also have an added element of pulling together communities and creating relationships and connections for people that otherwise might feel quite isolated. So there are additional benefits from some of these things that are happening in and around our communities. But yes, I think a multifaceted approach to addressing food need is absolutely essential. And, you know, I think that the system we're looking at here gives us, you know, pause to really think about, we need long-term solutions, not just thinking, oh my goodness, it's Christmas in 2 months. Months?
Less than that, yeah.
We need to be thinking far more ahead about what is it that we do across our sector to support this, so that we reduce this need over time. And I think you would have read in the report too that even community organisations are saying we don't want to create new need, we don't want to create dependence through these systems. We need to make sure that we keep top of mind how it is that we enable people to be really independent, but just use these as, you know, when they're absolutely essential.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
Do you see, thanks for that really full answer, do you see a greater need for more community gardens in our city?
Yeah, I love community gardens. I think they're fantastic. I think they're great spaces of learning as well.
Yeah.
I think they're a great place for communities that have less space in their own backyard. So I think that absolutely community gardens, I think, are a wonderful long-term solution. They also are a space of greater connectivity as well. So I think that you're ticking lots of boxes with that.
Great.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Good
Thanks,
idea.
Holly.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you, Holly. Councillor Wilson.
Hey, Holly, it's always a pleasure to see you. One of the things you mentioned a few times was the ongoing demand for funds to cover maintenance and upkeep. And it's particularly hard to source.
Yes.
And an observation could be the challenges multiplied by this very silo approach to a lot of these community groups that all have their own bricks and mortar or their own facilities that then require this. Putting aside facilities that council own that should be fully maintained.
Yeah.
And we may
Agreed. Yeah.
and we may have been guilty in the past of not doing that, and we can't keep doing that. My question is, would you support the concept of a community groups hub where all community groups that don't necessarily require a geographical, right? Because I'm not suggesting this will fit everybody, but I'm trying to find a solution. If council was able to provide a community hub space of world-class facilities, of well-kept, council controls the ongoing maintenance, would you support that? Do you think community groups would be able to work with each other in such a hub? And would this not enable the critical resources that you do receive going to the coalface rather than being spent in these ongoing maintenance costs? And if you don't believe that's the case, why not?
Okay, so yes and no.
Was that all in one brief?
That's a good answer.
I thought it was quite clear.
I absolutely support the concept of a community hub. Community Waikato has done a lot of research around it. We even commissioned a feasibility study to see what it would take, what it would cost. Is it something that we could drive? We found financially we weren't in the position to do that. We looked at who are potential partner organisations. So yes to your question, I think a community hub would be amazing. I travelled around New Zealand. I've been to Wellington, Christchurch, Alexandra have a great community hub, Tauranga, lots of different places to look at different sorts of examples of community hubs and how they work, who gets involved and who doesn't, what makes it work well, what doesn't work well. I found, for example, that community hubs that are a series of closed doors doesn't work well in terms of collaboration. It just becomes a site of operation. Whereas places that are open and people are coming and going, you find the community organisations become integrated, they're more innovative. So yeah, absolutely it could be successful. Financially, a community organisation to drive that is not possible. What happened in Tauranga was their lead funding body put forward the funding for the sector, created a absolutely sort of facility you're talking about, the collective, and then put Social Link, which is in many ways our equivalent in Tauranga, as the lead tenant to keep pulling on board the right sort of, when I say the right sort of organisations, so they've got a blend. So when I say right, they've got some community, they've actually got some small business as well, and there are very good reasons to do that also. When I say no, it's not always of financial benefit to the organisations that could benefit for other reasons. So a lot of our organisations still work out of their own homes because they can't afford to be someone else, or they're the person doing their admin anyway. So having a central admin actually adds an additional cost to their work, but it frees them up in terms of their own contact time, being able to do more of the mahi. But in terms of financial costs, you'll find a lot of smaller organisations, it would add additional costs to them. Being in a shared facility, sharing the costs of the photocopying, the facilities, the shared administrator, all of those things, because currently they're absorbing it essentially themselves. Does that make sense? Like, you look a little bit like, does it?
I've just seen some really good models where local authorities or provincial or state authorities provide open desk hotspot type environment within their own council-owned or state-owned facilities. And for the registered community groups, there is no cost.
Yeah.
There is no charge.
Then that would certainly be a saver.
In which case, each of these community groups come and go. There's one lot of administration, one lot of photocopying, and so there is no charge.
Yeah.
And so there is none of the sort of negative aspect. The only critique I've read is that some community groups found it hard because their entire model was based on buying an asset and using that asset as a return to help fund themselves going on. But they would then frequently want state or government to fund it.
It is turning into a bit of a discussion now, so thank you.
I don't think that would affect many of our
I
organisations.
wouldn't have thought either, and
Yeah.
it would negate your concern, I would have thought.
Yeah, really good points, well raised. Just remember, guys, this is a fascinating area, and we'd love to talk offline with more about it. Thank you, Ewan. Great points raised. Are you finished, mate?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, cool. Councillor Van Heusden.
You won't need to make a speech in the debate now.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Holly. Excellent investigation that you've done and work with your stakeholders around getting feedback from them around COVID responses. What concerns me is the staffing and the level around that and the tiredness and the overwork that's beginning. That can be handled in the short term, but not longer term. So my question is around the under-deployment and unemployment of women that is coming out of COVID, and whether there's been any thinking or advocacy or work being done in order to be able to redeploy, retrain women into the sector who have the soft skills in order to be able to, respond to community in the social sector.
Yeah. So we're not a trainer of staff, but and I don't know of something specifically in that space, but I do know that Volunteering Waikato have a whole lot of new volunteers with a huge range of skills, and I'd suggest that's a big part of where they've come from. Those who have lost their jobs through COVID, who are highly skilled, very capable people. We're hoping that with the system we're developing that we'll be encouraging a number of people into that space. Although a lot of that work is going to be voluntary, we're looking to have 2 paid positions as well for this period over Christmas. What we know is our community houses, our providers of food, will be really worried about people not getting food. So while they'll be on leave, they'll still be doing bits and pieces. If we don't put a system in place, that means they can put their head down and sleep at night and not worry about this. So I think that's getting the system right is absolutely fundamental. I think there is absolutely work to do in the future about looking at who's still underemployed and available for the great work that we do in the community and social service sector. And I could absolutely guarantee with additional funding, people would be loving to take those people on too into paid roles. Yeah.
Thanks, Holly.
Thanks, Maxine.
Thank you, Maxine. Good question. Mangai Tupora.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, Holly.
Kia ora.
And who was interviewed? Because I couldn't find or see who were part of
I very deliberately didn't put the list of all the organisations who were interviewed because I wanted people to speak very freely, and there was going to be criticism in that as well of people who fund them. So and I was explicit in those early conversations that I wouldn't be identifying those organisations. And if I used a quote that could identify them, I'd have a conversation with them first. But I think all the quotes are relatively Yeah. But in terms of who generically, we looked right across the sector. So we were speaking to groups from disability, from different ethnic service providers, counselling, you know, the small, very small grassroots NGOs to much larger, even organisations with a national presence but a local office. What we tried to do is make sure it took in the voices from right across the community and social service sector. That includes a strong Māori voice as well in that. Yeah.
That's probably what I should have asked front up. The other one was around a note your kōrero around the availability of kai over the Christmas period. And am I right in thinking that you're on the network of networks now,
yes,
group that's on there? What's your views on being able to leverage those relationships and all the agencies and organisations?
So I'm on the agenda for the next talk, which I've got a horrible feeling I've got a clash. But anyway, so I'll be taking this there to talk to them about this. We see MSD as having a role in this, obviously, and they're on the network of networks as well, so that's fantastic. But we also see that there are significant gaps, and there are lots of different reasons why people won't or can't go through those mechanisms to access support. For example, a lot of our international students who may not have the right visas to be able to access government support, but also a lot of our international fraternity get concerned about asking for government help because they're worried it might lead to them being seen as dependent and needing to be deported. So you end up with people making decisions not to access help because they're worried about what that might mean. So I do think that a lot of government departments have a place in this conversation and they're a part of the solution, but they're not the whole solution. And so what we're looking at is how do we put in place a really good system at a grassroots community level that really takes care of those gaps that we'll see emerge, particularly during that shutdown period.
Nice. And just one very last quick one. Really concerned to read somebody was drinking drops of petrol.
I was just shocked when I heard that. It was just so devastating.
So I believe the network of networks and everything that you do in that space will, you know, take care of the food and we'll put some food security in around that. But just your quick views on psychosocial support.
There are some amazing organisations providing incredible support, and of course Red Cross as well have got like a fantastic program that is looking like through the network of networks there'd be opportunity to grow that and provide a lot more additional support around the sector, which I think is fantastic. Psychosocial is something I think that we're going to see grow over the next few years. I think that this initial crisis, people have kind of a lot of people have been able to hold it together, but we're seeing the tensions, you know, as things aren't necessarily getting better for a lot of people. We're seeing those additional pressures really impact, and we're seeing that manifest itself in the way that people are accessing services through the community and social service sector. So I think that we are going to need to look at what we do in terms of long-term, how we address some of those, and particularly around mental health and addiction services, which I certainly know people from that sector would argue, and I would agree, have been quite chronically underfunded. And so it has meant that the infrastructure there is not really at a standard that could really accommodate the growing need.
Thank you, Holly.
Carol, thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and thank you, Holly, for your work. It is very worrying to see all those red circles on that page. And just one question I had was, in the recommendation it talks about local government works to streamline its processes and coordinate its practices. What does that mean?
We had a lot of organisations, when I say a lot, in terms of how many we spoke to, who talked about wanting to work with local government to do particular things. So a number of them were needing changes to their facilities, additions to facilities, and the likes, and have found the process really hard. And in terms of sometimes feeling like they were already meant to know what the process is, and we don't generally. It's not the space that we work in. So easier ways to access the information about what you need to do for certain projects and things, who it is you need to communicate with. The cost is really prohibitive. You know, so even having an extension on a facility or putting in just those little, what are they called? Little units, you know, that you can drop on a site like all of, those prefabs, they all, it's not just as easy as getting that done, but then finding a way to be able to get council consent to do some of the stuff, and have council perhaps partner a little bit in terms of financial cost, financial burden, because again, it's a space that we really struggle to find any kind of funding for.
Okay, all right, that's helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Is that something we could receive more information on from staff, maybe around, you know, how exactly we respond to that going forward?
I'd like to talk to Holly about what are those specific examples.
Yeah, that would be great.
So then I can talk to Karen and the community facilities team. So, yeah.
Happy with that,
Thank
Sarah?
you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And Manga Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Thanks, Holly, for your extensive contribution this morning in your report. The report mentions housing and unemployment. I'm really interested, mindful of time in a nutshell, anecdotally hearing about how hard it is for people to find housing in the city, and the unsafeness of staying in motels and how many people are staying in motels. So comment on that. And also, a lot of economists were picking unemployment to be higher than it's tracking at the moment. It's hard to drill down and get a real picture of what's happening in the city. So if you've got an observation or comment on unemployment in Hamilton going forward for the next 12 months as well.
There's certainly, and I don't have all those numbers, but there is certainly anecdotal evidence that's demonstrating there is absolutely growing unemployment, and I think particularly with women. So like our current statistics, often we're able to capture almost like one from a household of being unemployed, but if others have become unemployed or underemployed, we don't capture that data. So the overall impact on families is still quite significant. I can't answer that for you, though. I do know in the network of networks there's a lot of conversation going on with those statistics, and they are showing real increases as well in that space, and so there is conversation about what happens to mitigate that, and there are places like Te Waka obviously doing incredible work and looking for opportunities for our city in that space. In terms of the accommodation, it is really concerning, and it's a growing concern, and of course it's made additionally difficult for families now that the 25% of income, even in some of those very temporary accommodation has come on board, and that's had an impact, we believe, on those food numbers as well very recently. The lack of safety in some of those spaces is extremely concerning, and I don't have a solution for that. But it is certainly, it came out multiple times in conversations with people, very specific examples of people being attacked, you know, just walking into a space that essentially felt owned by particular members of gangs, and very little that other families can actually do. So people just hiding in their rooms and wanting or needing to get out. Initially, a number of people were a little reluctant to leave some of those spaces, which sounds like a little bit of a contradiction, but that was when there was no cost there and people being moved to another place. If it wasn't the right type of place, like enough bedrooms to accommodate people, you know, those sorts of things, then people would rather wait until they got the right place, because you know, once you've been moved, particularly by Housing New Zealand, into a space, then that's where you're going to stay. So, so I think that's another tension that somehow we need to find a way to get that right. That's going to take, I think, some careful kind of strategizing and thinking about how we do that.
Thank you, Ollie. All right, I will move that we receive the report. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Ewan. I'll just very quickly say thank you for your questions. And I know, Ewan, we teased you a little bit there, but I really appreciate the curiosity of yours and everybody's questions around that. The ideas that are flowing today are better than I've seen in community meetings, you know, in many, many situations. And I'm really grateful for your interest in it. And I think our interest was really peaked, Holly, during COVID. When this became our focus, you know, and the resilience and the strength of those great community groups, you know, largely yours, but with the WISE group, with the Here to Help thing, Citizens Advice Bureau, Volunteering Waikato. I remember getting calls from Margaret about Pataka Kai, groups that I didn't even know about doing this incredible work. And we were hauling food out of our pantries trying to help people. And the work that our team did at Claudelands was exemplary. It's, you know, it should be award-winning, that stuff. I have travelled the country, lived in most cities in this country, and I have never seen a place that would just drop tools and get on with it for the good of the community. And I don't think we should ever underestimate how proud we should be of our community who's done that. And I'm extremely proud of the questions and the interest that's shown today from this group in wanting to lead and get involved in this sector. I'd invite people to talk with Holly at their leisure because it is a really fascinating and a very energetic sector. It's not all about throwing more money at stuff, it's about doing things creatively. So thank you, Holly, for your great work, and I'm happy to move your report. Any other speakers? It's been seconded by Councillor Ewan, and I'll just reply by saying, no, just kidding. Thank you very much. All right, we'll do this by the board, receiving the report.
Apologies, can we just get you to vote again?
Probably would have been easy, wouldn't it? I do.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, team. Hey, look, we're long overdue for a break. Thank you very much. Thank you, Holly. We will take a 15-minute break, so we really want to be into this by the time the big hand hits the 8 on that clock. And we'll, just for your information, we'll aim for lunch about 1 o'clock today. We'll aim for lunch about 1 o'clock today. Oh, be 45 minutes? Yep. So this is...
11:40.
What's that?
Back at 11:40.
Back at 11:40, yeah. Thank you. Seems to be dragging a bit, but I don't want to quell interest in it, you know? Call the meeting to order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Te Pora, Margaret, you're in the meeting? Yep. Great. Thank you, team. Meeting resumes. Now, just we don't need to move it formally, but with the way we want to proceed from here is want to get the confirmation of the minutes next. We'll deal with the chair's report after that, and then Mayor Paula is now leaving at 2 and wants to be here for the Hei Po Manawa Ora item, so we will move that to after the chair's report. All right, so that's where we'll go from there. We aim to break at near 1 o'clock. So let's put in some solid mahi. So we'll move to the confirmation of the minutes on page 6. I will move that, seconded by Kesh. Show of hands with the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. Against? Carried, I believe, unanimously. Fantastic. All right, moving on to the chair's report on page 6. I'll take that as read. I did indicate there will be a verbal update as well. I just want to give notice that I've been consulting with our brilliant economic development team of Ryan and Ewan with regards the stunning work they've been doing around the municipal endowment fund, and they have kindly had a good look at the domain endowment fund, which is tied up in that amount of work. The suggestion that came out of that meeting was that the domain endowment fund is more suited to being dealt with from a working group from the community committee. However, we have a resolution from the Economic Development Committee that work goes to that committee. So with the leave of the chair and the deputy chair, when we go to the council meeting on December the 8th, we'll be asking for an addendum to that motion that we split off that work. Ewan, I haven't missed anything out there. That's pretty much it, isn't it? Great. So that's just giving you notice of that at this point, but are there any...
Let's have a minute note of that, because you as chair have just informed us of that, your suggested line of travel.
Absolutely.
So if we could add a minute note to this report.
Thanks, Martin. That's a great idea. All right. Are there any questions on the chair's report? Just want to add very quickly how the community really does appreciate when we go to these things. This is not an underhand comment to try and get you to go to more stuff. It's a genuine thank you to the people who give up so much time going to these events and that work we're doing. It really does make a difference. Even if you don't get talked to, you get seen with a badge on, and it means a lot to these groups that their event is significant enough to get a councillor along. So please don't underestimate the role that we play. So thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Mark. Just on that, on your comment there, it'd be really good to have a better system in place for knowing when all the community events are on, because different people get different invites and it's not always in the calendar, and there are some which I would love to have attended but didn't realise they were on until afterwards. So
I get the same. Yeah, absolutely. Becca?
I just wanted to quickly respond to that. So we are working with various areas in council to make sure that everything flows through the governance calendar so that we can make sure that everyone's getting the same invite. So we are also working with the Mayor's office with that as well. So you'll see a lot of the invites come through to the Mayor's office. So we're sort of liaising with them. We've got a system just starting at the moment to make sure that we're crossing off both sides of things. So definitely working on that. So hopefully it'll get a lot better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great. But it is appreciated. Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating than finding out something was on and you kind of almost expected to be there but didn't know about it. Yeah. And look, I appreciate people have had their lives as well.
Said, and we're of Jovi and Beck and working with the Mayor's office and trying to, so that we've got basically the grid of things that come up. I also will make the observation, I think it's important that we encourage groups who do invite councillors to note their presence, because you always have this thing, we never see you till election time. Well, actually, we're at multiple events, but we didn't realise you're in the room, and it just gives the public opportunity to interact if they are introduced to councillors, but certainly compliment the work that's been done to make, to get that better.
Great stuff, yeah. And these are the things that don't appear in attendance records as well, so, but they appear on Facebook, so just about as good. So, thank you, Martin. Good point. Any other queries? If not, I'll move the Chair's report be received. Thank you, Ewan. All those in favour, show of hands. Again? Oh, any debate? No. Show of hands? No. Right, good.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Brilliant. Okay, so we will move on to Hei Po Manawa Ora, which is item 13. Sorry to jump you around so much. page 187 in your diligent. Just give you a couple of seconds to get to there. 187. Now, if you'll recall, this item came up in our last meeting, or the council meeting. Can't remember which one it was, but there was a bit of discontent about the fact that what had been brought up in the briefings and discussed wasn't included in the report that was presented to us at that meeting. So the team then went away and incorporated that into this report. So this is now the incarnation of that, and you have a much more thorough report in there, which is great. So thanks, guys, for that. I'll let you speak to it.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair Bunting. So yeah, as Chair Bunting has said, the report here is largely as it was for the council committee, with three kind of key changes. One is that the actual attachment for the working draft He Mana Ora strategy is attached, and I do just want to stress it as a working draft. So we're not asking you to adopt the strategy today. It's simply there for reference, so that when we go out for consultation and engagement on this, you know what the substantive content of what we're talking to people about is. That's one. The second is that the time frame for engagement has moved to early next year. So we have essentially kind of missed the window for pre-Christmas engagement. And so we're recommending that engagement happens early in 2021. And thirdly, we have added Councillor Gallagher as the chair of the Hearings and Engagement Committee, and Mangai Tu'ua and Evans Thompson to be part of the working group to help finalise the engagement approach. So those are essentially the three kind of changes that we've in the report itself.
Okay.
So, and if I can just sort of clarify, so what we're asking for you to do today is to essentially approve that we go out and start engagement on this.
Okay. Can I just clarify, the working group isn't there to reword the document, it's there to talk about the way we engage, is that right?
Yeah, correct. And so just to be really clear, so following engagement with the community, we would bring back that engagement through a briefing workshop with councillors following that, and we would make any changes to the actual strategy document itself following that.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a question on the item E.
Yeah, that's good. I just got Mayor Southgate before you, and then you'll next Mountain. She was on the board first. It's pretty simple.
Martin.
Go ahead, Paul.
I nearly choked on my coffee there.
Thank you for not coughing it out your nose. Great.
Just clarifying that again, one step further. We had the draft, and then councillors wanted to put a little nuance in it, and there's some thoughts that they'd had that hadn't quite been picked up, and those have got picked up now. I understand it being a working draft, Sean, and it'll stay in the process that you're describing. It will stay a working draft until after the public have engaged with it.
Correct.
And that's to me that was a bit unusual, because quite often we start with our draft and we adopt a draft of some sort. We send it out to the public and then they make their suggestions, changes, whatever, but we start with a sort of a bedrock of this is what we think is a good draft. What do you think? But here we're going, it's iterative the whole way through to the end, to the very last point. But the interesting, so I'm asking you about that. That's an unusual process in my view. Is there a reason why it's done that way?
Yeah, I would say that it's probably it's not that unusual, but in terms of when we do policies and bylaws, for example, we have a draft of the actual policy or bylaw, and then we go out and consult on the specific changes to that. Normally when we're doing a strategy, we would go out normally we would go out and have some questions for the community to help shape the strategy in the first place, which is essentially what we are looking to do here. The fact is we have, through the process of shaping those questions, have started writing sort of a lot of the substantive content for the strategy document itself. And so just for transparency's sake, we have attached it to this report But that's the process that we're working through.
Because this has been, hasn't this been created in conjunction with Thorpe, with Waikato Tainui and other key stakeholders have had a look. So it already has had some amount of engagement within those groups, and we want it to go wider so that the whole community has access to it and the ability. But the interesting thing is it can theoretically, because it's attached, people can access it now. So, but you're just talking about doing a more targeted engagement in February. And is there a reason why you're talking about the timing? It can't go out on a long period over Christmas, New Year, because we're not ready, or we just haven't got the time, or?
So we normally need to allow a period of 2 weeks from the point of council agreeing to go out for consultation to actually starting consultation. That's to allow us time to reflect any decisions of council or committee, and also to book media and organise events, etc., like that, and things like that. And so when this originally was coming to the council a few weeks ago, the plan was to have that all done and locked away pre-Christmas. Because it's been deferred to this committee, we've run out of
because this was
runway.
Initially a council-led, I know, Mark, you've been alongside me the whole way leading this as well, but it was a council-led policy. I just think it's unusual to have something that is now accessible to the public that can't formally go to the public for a period more time, because I theoretically could start with the people who've been asking about it, showing a great deal of interest in this amazing strategy. They can get it now, right? But what they can't do is engage in that frameworked way that we're going to set up with the working group.
Yeah, I mean, and I would just, on that point, I would say that if you have people contacting you, other elected members, with thoughts and comments on it, that we're more than happy to capture those now. If that is, there's no reason not to be able to capture those comments. We're not formally going out and proactively starting that engagement process now, but as you say, the working draft is attached to this report, and so if people are commenting or providing feedback to you now, we would like to capture that.
So you'll have almost like a soft engagement,
yes,
followed by the proper targeted engagement in February. Is that
yes,
the summary?
That's a good way to summarise it, Mayor Paula.
Okay, thank you.
Cool with that, Paula?
Oh, sorry, yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good questions. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Question for, I don't know, Lance or Sean or one of you. Obviously, this is the strategy we'd be approving today, but then there's a program for the next 10 years coming out of that strategy. What budgetary allocations are we making for that program over 10 years?
So that is something which would need to be considered through the long-term plan budget. So as you know, there's sort of workshops coming up in the next week, and council meetings in sort of first, second week of December to consider those. For Hepo Manawa Ora, we have drafted the strategy document, or the working document so far, to be directional as much as possible, so that it sets our the direction of travel that we want to take with Hepo Manawa Ora, but the scale and sort of speed at which we move towards that, or move in that direction, will be determined largely through what budget we allocate to it. There will be a proposal coming through the long-term plan for a program of activity, because that hasn't been provided in the public domain yet. I haven't got all the detail in front of me. The ballpark was $290,000 per annum for a program of activity, a full program of activity to give effect to the strategy.
Right, thank you. So as Councillor Ewan said, the quantum, which is a great word, is 294, so that's about 2.9 million over 10 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Gallagher.
Let's have a look at the recommendations. There's a couple of tweaks I may or may not need to suggest. I suspect not. There might be a minor tweak. Can we just put up what's up there? Just give us the latest recommendation.
No one's moved it yet, Martin, so it's
okay. Sure. I'll yield to Councillor Forsyth in the meantime.
Oh, certainly. Yes. Councillor Margaret. Thank you.
Acknowledgement and support for Māori, but for all people living in the city of all backgrounds as well. So that to me is really important. Yes, acknowledgement of Māori, but our city is made up of a whole lot of groups of people, and I acknowledge that this is a document particularly targeted at Māori support. I'm just going to this, back to the document, and some of the measurements say percentage. There's a number of that say that. So what does that mean? Because it's quite general. It doesn't actually mean much to me. It just says, you know, how are things going to be monitored and measured? It says percentage of this, percentage of that, and it's actually throughout the whole document.
So there are some, so where we have put measures to monitor our progress under each of the 4 PO, we've tried to, as much as possible, identify things that we can actually quantifiably measure. I would sort of add a proviso that these are sort of, this is a working kind of draft, and so some of these probably need to be refined. But for example, when we're talking about percentage of street names that have Te Reo Māori names, so that would be those are things that are relatively easy to measure and monitor. Percentage of public bilingual signage, for example, we'll be looking at the number of signs we have which are just in English versus English and Māori. So that's essentially what it's saying. As much as possible, we haven't put in targets for those, but we're simply kind of putting those things as in, these are the sorts of things that we think would be important to monitor to test how much we are delivering on the intent of the strategy.
Thanks, Sean. I'm still not clear why we haven't actually stipulated a target.
So I think the purpose of the strategy is not to back council into a corner. It's actually to kind of set our direction of what we're trying to achieve. I think has been raised by Deputy Mayor. There's potential, there could be any range of funding approved or not through the long-term plan to support the strategy. We wouldn't want to lock specific targets into the strategy which were then unachievable if the budget sort of decisions didn't follow. And so I think what we would do is develop an action plan that would, once the strategy is adopted, would support the strategy, and that would help determine, what our ambition, the scale of our ambition, I guess, in respect of the strategy.
Okay, I get that. Thanks. There was another question, but I've forgotten it.
Okay. Thank you, Margaret. I'll be back with you in a second. Martin, Māngai, Te Pōra.
Kia ora kōrua. Around the timing for engagement, it says early 2021. Are we early January, February, or March, April?
What's early?
So January, February.
January, February. And so the next question is in terms of our engagement plan and where we're going to, and any other collateral that we'll need to put that out there? How far are we down the road on that?
Not that far. So that's what we would do. That's what we would do this side of Christmas. So assuming that the committee approves for us to go out and do consultation on this today, then that working group that's been identified in the report would be asked to meet a couple of times before Christmas to shape up what that engagement plan looks like.
And just for my own clarity, Chair Mark, would the collateral need to then come back around here before it goes out again, or that's through the working group?
Yeah, I believe as the resolution points at this point, it comes to the working group and then goes out.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
So we're delegating that work to that group. All right, I've just got a couple of questions before Martin has a look at the resolution, if there are no others. Page 208, and it picks up on Margaret's point earlier on, Sean. Regards, some of it strikes me as a tiny wee bit unquantifiable. Like, where am I? Page 208 of Diligent. Percentage of local Māori history installed throughout the city. A percentage of, how do we measure that? It's,
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think
just a wording thing?
I don't think that's a good way to phrase that, and I think that would change before it got to the approved strategy.
Yeah, because what worries me a little bit, because I've also seen the 290 a year or 240 a year proposal in the LTP. What worries me is the kind of stuff on page 210. I really worry we're going to dig ourselves into a hole that we'll just keep digging into, and that is when we're looking at percentage of Māori who have confidence that the council makes the right decisions, etc. Are we going to have to design a whole bunch of new research studies, or are there studies there that we can already clip onto?
No, so there are, through our existing survey, so quality of life survey, we ask people about their confidence in council decision making and how well they feel that they have been able to participate in council decision making. We're also able to analyse that data based on ethnicity. So we do, so that quality of life survey does identify people who identify as Māori, and so it's using existing
research,
data to be able to identify that.
Yeah, great. Okay, because is it necessarily limited to council data, or is there other agencies that we can pull data from?
Wherever possible, we'll try to use existing other agency data as well.
Yep. Thank you. That clears it up for me. Councillor Gallagher, you were.
I think that's fine. I have a slight quibble on E, and no disrespect to our esteemed GM, but I think personally the governance should, we should be assisting the GM and the communications team. I mean, in terms of it's a working group of, the elected members, that's governance, but obviously we are then assisting the GM and his team in that one. I don't think the GM's actually, anyway, that's a quibble, it's a minor, it's not any.
You could cross out and general manager.
Yeah,
for the
just
purposes of
to
that.
assist the GM, etc. That's all. And I think, thank you, you've got hearings. And just as I understand it, if we used to have a chair, clear, if the chair can't come, then the deputy is, that's a given.
Yeah, I think that's the intention.
That's good.
Okay, well look, either myself or Mayor Paula, would it mean more to you if you move that? Or I'm happy to move it in your... Okay, well, I'll move it in that case, and we're looking for a seconder for that motion. Mayor Paula will second that. So, there being no other questions, would like to open for debate. Councillor Wilson, I'll save to reply.
Thanks, Chair Mark. First of all, to staff, thank you for all the work you've put into this. I know I've had a couple of conversations and I've appreciated your professionalism and your approachability, and I always enjoy our discussions. So thank you. This document, when it goes out for public consultation, is going to create, in my opinion, significant controversy. People read the document and they will develop a feeling that things for change are afoot, and I think we're going to receive huge feedback. I'm comfortable for it to go out because I'm looking forward to hearing the feedback that we're going to receive. But there are two areas, in my opinion, that are particularly controversial. One is the document doesn't really explain well. It places a lot of obligation on council to engage and partner very strongly with iwi, but it doesn't really articulate how iwi is going to work with us. It's a somewhat one-sided relationship. We have frequently seen recently that although we feel we are participating in our partnership under the treaty and we engage with hapu and iwi, then third parties and fourth parties enter the process, and it's really hard. And I think Princess Diane once said it's really hard to have three people in this relationship.
You've been watching The Crown, haven't you?
I think we have multiple parties in this relationship. That will be the first point. The second point is the document talks at length about, well, in my opinion, it raises the entire aspect of changing names and rewriting history, and I think you will find there will be considerable community feedback in that. My third point would be, and it's my good old friend incremental creep. Now, how incremental creep works, again, for those of you who haven't listened to me before, is we as an organisation know that if we put a report together and put figures in it, then often it doesn't get across the start line. So our policy now is we broadly put together a report that's a little silent on quantum, and then we approve the document to go out, and then subsequently we say, oh, well, we've got a document and a policy, we now really need to fund it. And so what this document talks about over the next 10 years is that in our engagement with our treaty partners, that the ratepayers will need to fund about $3 million over the next 10 years. Again, my concern is we as an organisation need to be more transparent. So I support it going out. I think we need to prepare ourselves for a lot of response. I look forward to the dialogue. I'm not shying away from it. I thank staff and the work they've done, but don't pass this today without expecting to hear a lot back from our community, all of which may not be positive.
Mm-hmm. Good points. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Let me start off with a really positive. I think it's a very excellent draft strategy. It covers the pillars of wellbeing really well, so it sits very well with a lot of other our planning documents. Our staff have done a great job. Our partners, Waikato Tainui, Thork, Māngai, Māori, have all been involved in this and added great value to it, and I'm grateful for that. It is a starting point for the courageous conversations that we've been saying we need for some time. Now, we recognised earlier this year that we needed to have some big, brave conversations with our public, and this strategy does not presuppose any outcomes whatsoever. There is no promise around changing names of the city or any other thing in here. It's an approach to have the conversations that we need to tackle some of those issues around cultural sensitivity. It's an approach, and it is based on partnership, because absolutely we can't do it all on our own. We are going to need Waikato Tainui and Thork to be genuine partners with us, and other people as well, the Runanga. All of this will come together. I'm really excited for it to go out to the public and to begin those courageous conversations. I'd like it to go out to as many people as possible, as soon as possible, really, because the frustration I have is that it's already out. It's in a public agenda. It's here. So we need to have some haste now to explain to people what we are going to do to bring it before them, because they can read it right here. And Councillor Wilson's right in one respect, because it's about context. It's right here already to see. I think we need to be mindful. Having said that, I love the strategy, not every word, not every paragraph, but I love where it's heading. I think we're doing some leadership here as a council. We're leading the way because, as you know, it's important to me that we become a city that embraces cultural diversity and embraces our tangata whenua history and people as well. But how we do that is a conversation. So I keep coming back to that one big point. Conversations that are courageous with our community about the things that people don't like and do like. It's two-way. So don't forget, of course, don't forget that we do have some obligations as local government in the Local Government Act and under the Te Tiriti o Waitangi to do something to engage properly with tangata whenua, and this is going to be brilliant when it's finished. I just feel it's going to be a leading piece of work. Otherwise, we're going to sit here wringing our hands and getting nowhere, and we can't do that. This is the time for positivity. Get it out there. Welcome, as Ewan says, all views, positive, constructive, critical, all views are welcome here. And that's the first step in building some strength in our community.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Southgate. Councillor, no, you, Councillor Forsyth. Sorry, is it too late?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm looking forward to this draft going out to consult as well. I just hope that we get a real cross-section of feedback and engagement, and it's not just the usual stakeholders and the usual players. And in fact, I'm tempted to go out and door knocking myself and ask, well, you know, what's your view? Whether I get time to do it or not. I think the thing that there are still a couple of questions for me, and although I love the way that the strategy is formatted, I love the PO and I love the overall direction. Some of the detail I find it's either a bit overcooked or undercooked, and in particular when we look at things like increasing representation of Māori in senior management roles, totally get that, but and there are other instances of increased Māori representation or participation or appointment. I wonder, well, where do women sit in that framework as well? It's invisible for me. Women in this document are invisible. Secondly, I just wonder whether we're overreaching and trying to be all things to all people at all times. And when I look at things that say that we're going to increase employment and career pathways through partnerships and projects we deliver, increase Māori economic and business activity through procurement. I know Tainui already have procurement policy, and we saw it the other day in one of our, I think it was Ruakura items, that they already have their own Māori based businesses that they will be going to first. So I just wonder, well, you know, how much do we need to do to honour or to honour the our partnership agreements? And I do agree with Councillor Wilson around, well, partnership is a two-way thing, and this to me seems very. I know it's a City Council document, but I don't get to see in as much detail the traffic coming the other way from our Māori partners. Chair, thanks.
Kia ora, Margaret. Mango Thompson-Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm in full support, just acknowledging that these are courageous conversations to be having. And look, I see He Pau Manawa Ora as a birako that we, all of us together, will go through and carve out our future forward. It's not set in wood, so to speak, what that looks like yet, but that's a journey that we all must go through together. There are obligations that this council have to, and local government have to Māori. I have to say, in many ways, Māori have come to the party, particularly Waikato Tainui, and a shining example of that is the Waikato River settlement that was not just for Waikato Tainui, but for all peoples. So in many aspects, we've met halfway, we've shared our fruits. But coming back to the Biarako, and I think that's probably what we need to view this as. This is something for all of us to go forward together on and to carve out. Looking forward to what all of our communities have to say and the input in this and how they too will help bring all of this to life.
Kia ora. And Councillor Nairuro.
Thank you. I'm in full support of the strategy. I think it's a step in the right direction, working towards a partnership to honour our treaty obligations. I do look forward to how strengthening our relationships will be of benefit to our communities. And I do think that the strategy opens up many opportunities for conversations about partnerships, about how we improve overall well-being of our people, of our residents, as well as opening conversations for funding partnerships. I think the strategy will provide the framework that we need for all the stakeholders to work collaboratively towards common goals. I do think that the strength and the robustness of the final version of the strategy is totally dependent on the strength of our engagement with the public, because it's vital that we bring the public with us on this journey. So I'm looking forward to the feedback that we'll receive, and more so I'm looking forward to the collaboration with different stakeholders on developing an action plan for the wider community. Thank you.
Thanks, Kish. Maunga Oli.
Thanks, Chair. Mark is speaking in support of the recommendation. I think it's great to have a strategy. I think Mark put his analogy of a Biarako is a really, really good one. Look, I think as a city we've probably grown up enough now to have some courageous conversations. I think it's time we had courageous conversations, because that's the way we'll determine our way forward. So, look, I think some of the detail has been raised about the measures are a little bit clunky, and I'd like to see those refined as we go forward. But really looking forward to this getting out there and getting some engagement from communities, and then looking what it looks like when we come back. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Oli. All right, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I'll be supporting this today, and I understand the process and some of the drivers behind it. And I appreciate what Mayor Paula is saying about having difficult conversations and bringing some of these things out into the open. And also a chance to focus on relationships and understanding each other better, rather than going straight to the outcomes, you know, naming streets and statues and all that sort of stuff. So, yep, totally on board with that. I do have a reservation about what we're committing ourselves to in terms of resource. And for that reason, I'm not going to get too excited about it, because, you know, we are potentially building into our 10-year plan nearly $3 million of operational spending, and that alarms me a little bit. And I think, you know, we've got to be careful we're not setting unrealistic expectations. And as we're going into the LTP, and as one of our colleagues reminds us, there's no protected species. In fact, it's probably open season on a whole range of species. So we are already out there telling our citizens we don't have much money to spend. We've got limited budgets. And I know there's a feeling out there sometimes that we do a lot of talking, we do a lot of planning, but they would like to see something that demonstrably changes their lives and gives a tangible outcome. Hillcrest Library being redeveloped. Maintenance of footpaths, cycleways, a new jetty at Hamilton Gardens so before someone gets killed, loading bay at the museum, Rototuna Pool, Borman Road, Brymer Road. a feasibility study for a pedestrian cycle bridge. I think one of the faults of central government and local government sometimes, it responds to a need, but then it tends to over-egg things and it makes it bigger than Ben-Hur. So we just have to be careful about not overcooking this and not setting unrealistic expectations in terms of resources, because I'll be supporting this today. I'd be churlish not to, and I support Paula and what she's trying to do. But I'm not going to make any sort of commitments in terms of LTP funding going forward until I see all the other species that are up for grabs as well. Thank you.
Thank you for all those community things you're talking about. All right, we'll go with Councillor McPherson next.
Kia ora,
Play on the
thanks.
buttons, by the way.
These discussions are always interesting to me, and today I counterpose in my mind the positivity with which the early discussions about working with the other ethnicities, the recent arrivals in Hamilton, were, to the caution and worried comments about the working more closely with the original inhabitants of this area. Whenever Councillor Wilson talks about his friend incremental creep, I'm reminded by my friend Councillor Blind Freddie that 200 years ago the Māori, local Māori, owned all of this area, and I think that's what they're bringing to the party. That's how I see this whole debate. It was their land. We've landed on it, and even the Raupatu settlement in the 1990s was just a modern-day version of a few muskets and blankets. I don't think that settled the issue at all, not for Māori, and not really for us, the rest of us either. So I'm pleased that I've been on council 22 years, that we've got to this stage. It often takes a long time in council to reach the sort of policy reports like this, but 22 years was a bit extreme. I've been very slow getting this off the ground, so I'm very pleased that Muna and others have come along and picked up the cudgels and hurried it along, but it's still not, from my point of view, going fast enough. I think one of the things that is pleasing about this, no matter what we might want to do in the final outcome, we're all supporting this going to the next stage. I would like to see it happen a bit quicker than 22 years before we start doing a few more meaningful things in this area, though. I don't care about the specific wording here so much as the direction of travel, and that's why I'm supporting this and will continue to support work in this area. And I hope it does end up in some street name changes and some other cosmetic things like that. But I hope more so that there's a more important change that underlies that, and some of the things are in the report, but even I think we need a culture change right throughout New Zealand, Aotearoa, not just employing more Māori managers or changing street names. It needs to be a lot more than that if we're truly to recognise the past and go forward into the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. And Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Mark. I just want to speak in support of this. I think that it's critical that we are honouring in a genuine way our treaty obligations as a local government body. And a lot of these things in here, when you look at the measures, are really directly related to our core business as council, and it's just about doing these things in a much more inclusive and thoughtful way. And some of these things really stand out to me, including increasing the percentage of Māori actually engaging with us and voting. When you look at all of our consultation, when it comes back, something that sticks out to me is every time it's UK and New Zealand Pākehā people out of proportion to everyone else when it comes to the people who've responded. So things like ensuring we actually are engaging genuinely and hearing the voices of Māori within our city is really important. And also, I think when you look at item 8 within this agenda, we have sitting right in front of us statistics around, inequality within our city, and the number of youth who are Māori and unemployed and not in training and education is much higher than the average. And so it's another example when you look at all these different areas of inequality, it stands out that, you know, Māori aren't, I guess, their well-being isn't as good as you know, a lot of the other people within our community, and that's not acceptable. So, you know, we can't do everything as a city, and we're constrained by our budgets and what we have in our powers to actually do. But I think that within our core business and what we do, we must be really mindful of how we're actually helping Māori to flourish within this city and partnering in a genuine way. Yeah, so probably not the most expressed in the best way, but I do think this is really critical. So thank you for all of the work that has gone into it.
Thank you, Sarah. Don't worry, it's better than the speech I'm about to make, so well done. All right, look, I'll sum it up. Thank you for your work. I want to pay tribute to the progress we've made already without even knowing it. And the phrase that came up with incremental creep, you're right, I take that point on board financially. But there's been a certain degree of incremental creep in our attitude already towards this. Do you remember way back when we were talking about it in the annual plan and a certain budget came in for the Maori strategy? Remember the Maori strategy? And then the 1840s called and they wanted their name back, so we renamed it, which is already a giant step towards it. And Mona went out and consulted to get the name. So even the name of this strategy has been consultative. So don't worry, that consultation is going on in ways that aren't as traditional as our normal consultation. And believe me, the people who have been working with Mona and Sean, i.e. us, have been very tough on that with them. It is now the pillar of all good things. It's the pillar of all good things. Nowhere does it say in the title, all good things just for Māori. It is inclusive as it can possibly be. And I'm very, very strong on the fact that this is going to be, or the outcome of this is going to be a better community as a whole. Because I believe when the tide rises, all boats go up. Okay? When the tide rises, all boats go up. Unless they are tied too tightly to the wharf. So let's loosen the rope and go up with the tide as this goes. So that's enough flowery language. It is about culture change. As Dave said, I love what you said there, Dave. It is about culture change. It's not about, yes, we do have to have measures and directions, but it's about that subtle culture change where we become the city that everyone admires because of our cultural maturity. We've got a real opportunity, and there's been some ugly things happen lately because there is a lot of racial tension out there. And I applaud us for taking a step in the right direction and having those uncomfortable conversations, because I would remind councillors that a part of those difficult conversations is listening to stuff we don't want to hear. And it'll happen both ways as well. So great. I say bring it on. I say throw open the tent doors and bring everybody in. It's more than just providing a better deal for Māori. And it was interesting, Sarah said, and I think it was just a phrase, but it said Māori engaging with us. Okay? There isn't a them and us anymore. And I think the idea of this is to make us something that we don't even know what it's going to be yet, but we know with the aid of Te Ao Māori and the stuff we learn through these conversations, we're going to be a much better organisation as a result. You hear Norm talking about, Norm talking about the building standards in a Māori sense. We're talking about environmental standards through a Māori lens. We're talking about all things kaitiaki, all things Māoritanga. As a result, this is going to make us a stronger organisation and a stronger community as a result, so I'm happy to move this motion. But when the tide goes up, all boats go up. So we'll, show of hands, I think it's going to be right. So show of hands, it's been moved and seconded. Show of hands in favour. Those against? Carried unanimously. Oh, did you want to call it? Okay. Great, well done guys, cool. Moving on to item number 8, the Community and Social Development Plan update. Here's Andy, wherever you prefer. Page 27, guys. It's all yours, Andy.
Kia ora anō, councillors, Mango Māori. Appreciate, last time I sat here, I expressed my joy of this conversation, and it's genuine. Over the last couple of years, we have been having an ongoing conversation with you around the work that my team are involved in with our community partners, and it is always a really large picture, and I appreciate that through our briefings and through our council reports. I've used a lot of black font on white paper to try and communicate some of the depth of the projects that we're involved in and some of the multitude of strategies that we work with across the organisation and our community. And so, in light of the fact that pictures often communicate a little bit better than just black words on white paper, we have developed our team plan with a little bit of colour to it, which is what we've submitted to the council report today to show you some of the depth of the work that we are involved in over the next few years, to show the level of engagement we have with the different strategies that direct the work across council. And so we've kind of decided to use a little bit of colour to help the conversation. Over the coming committees, we're committed to continuing the journey of conversation and updating on particular projects that are happening and that are continuing to be formed with our community partners. And we're trialling a newsletter to help case study some of the community-led development initiatives that are happening across our city. And it's both of these mechanisms that we want to say this is the work that we're involved in. Councillor Ewan, you asked a question around, in my last report, around the quantum. This year, if I include the staff resourcing and the community grants that we allocate through our community assistance policy and our overheads, our budget line is 3.8 million, and we will endeavour to, as I share the stories of the work that we're involved in coming committees, we'll make sure that that figure is a part of the financial line. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yep, and there's a queue forming at the door. This is great. Councillor Gallagher, you're first up.
I'll just three questions. First of all, I'll do the home ownership, and then I want to take a micro example, which is Richmond Park, about how this report, but just give me the home ownership and the deprived neighbourhoods. You've got 46.2 own their own home, which is 67 out of 67 councils. Can you give us some sort of sense of the criteria, what that actually means?
So when the census asks particular questions around home ownership, and it asks it, do you own the home that you live in through a trust or through the bank mechanism, or do not? And so this figure here of do not means it's individuals, households that do not own their own home through a trust or through their own, I own the house type thing. So we, as a council, we get some of our data through a multitude of different platforms, but .love's data is a particular platform that we're currently, being able to access some of the detailed data around our consumption scores and around our home ownership and some of the mechanisms that are, articulated here.
So 54% of households wouldn't necessarily have seen any advantage when we reduced 3.8 to 2.8 rates increase.
I might move on from that one.
That's all right. Second, just so in our LTP, the serious aspect to that question is in our LTP discussions to have that genuine, deep dive, and I recognise there's rent issues too. The deprived neighbourhoods, tell me a bit more about that, because again, there's 60% live in deprived neighbourhoods. What?
So just as an informational piece, the Regional Council is currently working with AUT to bring an updated multi-deprivation index results. So early in 2021 we'll be able to have some updated information. So this is working on a couple of years old information. And I guess I've got two images before you. One is in our plan is a map of our city which shows location, and that can look, if you look at the green and the blue, as if it's relatively okay in terms of where deprivation exists and where it doesn't. In the council report, point 8 is just a different way of graphically showing the actual populations rather than neighbourhoods, and if that was aligned perfectly, or sorry, if that was if the national image would be, each one of those columns would be a different colour, but you can kind of see that our 100 blocks has a little bit significantly more red than blue, in the sense of those who are faced with income inequality, as well as educational inequality, as well as access. So the multi-deprivation index looks at a number of different things that would say, am I thriving or not?
So the next question, which in the LTP, you know, when we talk about community facilities and engaging, it'd be really fascinating to see how many schools, for example, in the lower deprived, in the more deprived, are fenced off. So when they all go at 4 o'clock, the gates close and the community can't use the school. I'm wanting to sort of feel of how proactive we intend to be as a council with our partners in education, health, you know, to make sure that existing resources are adequately and used to their maximum capacity in terms of that community. Would that be, are you on that page?
We as a council are partnering with the Ministry of Education on a number of things across the city, and I know that you're particularly passionate about our green network, and we can definitely do some spatial mapping to help that picture.
Well, even Councillor Van Oosten reminded me in the break with a conversation with the community Waikato of the need for even what's happening inside some of those school buildings. Are they being maximised? You know, I recognise a whole lot of stuff that does happen in the evenings in schools, but just making sure that with all the infrastructures there, that we maximise that. Leads me to the next question, final question. If I can use an example, and this is the micro detail. We've had the Richmond Park school site in Melville, and it's going through various evolutions and negotiations. One, how does this committee keep in tune with that? Because it seems to me that's what we want, is you know, how is that developing? And just as I'm acknowledging tremendous work in the Enderley area, I think the Richmond Park, Melville area, just what's the update on that? And this report is really good high level, great, but I'm wanting the sort of some of the, if you like, the micro detail and update.
So in terms of the Richmond Park school site that's been set for disposal by the Ministry, our understanding is that in early 2021 there will be some more concrete detail that we can share with councillors in terms of what that process looks like.
And how do we participate in that conversation? That's, if you like, the tenor of my question. I acknowledge the GM in this regard. So what I'm trying to get, forgive me, just bear with me, is we have this lovely report, which is important, but it's the actual detail of what we do as a council to you know, advocate within those communities. And that's a good example, in my view, of making sure that we get a good outcome for that community.
So we're in discussions with MOE all the time, and what we'll do is bring back to this committee an update on their process around disposal, and there's a little bit of water to flow under the bridge, and it's taking a bit longer than what people thought through different government departments. But there may be an option for council to look at whether or not we're interested in acquiring some of that land, and or partnering with other organisations that may acquire that land through the disposal process, whether that be it a government department or Waikato Tainui.
And because that, the point of my question, Mr Chair, is because that's an example of a neighbourhood that's lower socioeconomic, And that's an example of whatever you do with that school site is going to have quite critical impact on that community. Thank you.
Good point, mate. Thank you, Martin. Manga Ollie.
Thanks, Chair. Mark, tēnā kora, thanks for your report, Andy. Two questions. One's regarding page 37 of the diligent agenda, and it just talks about the capacity building, and I just wonder, following on from Councillor Gallagher's comments and also those of Holly this morning from Community Waikato, I'm just interested in a question I have is there seems to be a good amount of community and social development resource within council and its allocation across the city. Post-COVID and looking at these communities of need, is there a better application of that resource to get a better return on the investment by having people actually doing work within the communities of need as opposed to building their capacity, if you see the difference? And I think of those stellar community development practitioners that have worked for council at one stage, people like Mike Nardidi, Neil Tolan, Philip Young, Jenny Nand, yourself, Mar Ford, you know, have made a real impact by being embedded in community, supporting them from within, versus kind of going out and providing advice and support. Is this community capacity building approach we've got, is it the most effective way of providing support for communities of high social and economic deprivation?
Yeah, the ongoing development of our community capacity is really important. I think about our community house network across the city, and Jane and Neil, you know, they've served for 10 years in their organisations and have great wealth within their own kitty as a result of that. If we look at, you know, in Te Papanui and Enderley, they've just appointed their first manager. If we look at Te Puna Waiora or Te Whānau Pūtahi, you know, Shane and Maria have been managers for 5 years. And so there's a real difference in the maturity of both organisation and capability within those organisations. I believe that the model that we've got, where our team is engaged in levels of conversation with both governance and management, allows the application of staff resourcing in a really effective way that is different from us being located in those community houses. But the community house network is growing and developing. When I sat in Richmond Park School as an advisor, we've got more community houses operating in our communities than we did back then, and the ability for us to not just be a staff resource for one of those organisations, but are able to support at the different level of maturity, I think is a really valuable offering that council can do for those independent trusts who are equally concerned about improving the well-being of Hamiltonians.
Cool, thanks, that's a good answer. Thanks, Andy. The second question is with regards to item 15 in the community facilities strategy. How much input does your team have in developing that strategy?
We've been a partner at that table, so Nick from a business and planning perspective, James Karen from a parks perspective, myself from a community relationship perspective. We've sat and discussed the detail and the micro and the macro over the course of the development of that.
Cool, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ollie. All right, Councillor Forsyth, Margaret.
Thank you. Thanks, Andy. Just a couple of things. Totally understand discussion points and the reason for the plan, etc., and how you've gone about it. And Māngai Ollie did just bring up point 15 about youth, and that was one of the questions I had as well. So there's obviously a discussion around, well, how are we going to support youth collaboration, etc. But I notice in the plan, youth isn't actually one of your target groups, or is everything but. There's an age plan, disability, he pau manawa, but there's actually no reference to youth that I can find, and I just wondered why that was.
So in terms of our key strategic plans, currently we as a City Council and as a region don't have a youth plan. And so this particular quilt of strategies we would anticipate will change over the course of the next 3 years as strategies are added or put to bed, whatever that case may be. So the update that we've given on the Youth CoLab and the youth group, we are pretty confident from a sector perspective that there will be something that comes up that enables direction, which may be a strategy which would then be added to. But if we go to the key initiatives, when we talk about inclusive community engagement, the significant population of our young people is key to that. And so though they're not necessarily named in lots of the detail, within these initiatives, young people are an absolute focus of the work that will be undertaken by our team and the partners that we have.
Okay.
So can I just clarify, so that one of the actions in there is the Youth CoLab, which is currently in its establishment phase. So there is likely to be a plan or a strategy arise out of that, and then those actions will feed any actions that we take a lead on or input into or contribute to will show in here. But it might not be a city council strategy per se. It may be like a plan that comes out of that Youth CoLab.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a little bit iterative at this stage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Righto. I think the thing I struggle with is that we know how, over years of data, we know how at risk our youth population is. I mean, Councillor Sarah has already talked about her observation about Māori youth. I mean, I would say it's not only Māori youth, but it's youth in general, suicide rates, pregnancy rates, disengagement, the list goes on. So, you know, I just find it a little bit disconnected that it's part of what we want to do, but it's not part of what we want to do.
I want to assure you, Councillor Forsyth, that it is a part of this, and so on the bottom of this page,
okay.
You know, it talks about our contribution to the Waikato's Plan Youth and Employment Work Program. The Waikato Plan has identified housing as a key thing. It's identified youth employment and education as a key thing, and it's identified community connectedness as a key thing. We are, as a team, heavily engaged in the level of outworking for what that looks like for our people in the city, and so that there references our young people and what we're doing with our partners around education and employment. We don't necessarily, as council, have that full answer, but we are a part of that group that's working to make change for our young people.
Okay.
The top of this page talks about the Youth CoLab, and it talks about the work that we're doing to ensure that our young people are engaged with our civic engagement and our voting process, and how do we work with the whole organisation to ensure that our young people are engaged with our long-term plan. So young people are embedded throughout the process because we are a young city, and for us all to thrive, young people are crucial to that. So
Thanks, Annie. I'm comforted because I know how well you work in that sector as well. And thank you for that. Just another couple of questions, and it does refer back to the page, your data anyway, 2018 data. I know it's a little old, but just looking at, you know, where you take, so the information's important because you're going to be making decisions or recommendations based on that information. It gives us a platform, etc. When I look at something, I look at what is, but then I also look at, you know, what isn't or what's not there. You know, black and white. You see the white of the stars, but there's also the black of the night. And when I look at something like this or anything, I think, okay, well, what's missing? I acknowledge what's there. And I just want to focus in on our community profile survey and our consumption rate. So 10% don't have enough, 38% have enough, 54% presumably avoid essential activities. So that, I mean, in my maths, that leaves 8% left in the population that either don't know or have enough. And, you know, what does have enough mean?
Margaret, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I don't mean to be rude to you in the middle of your question,
Move on.
but this is a question, an observation I'm making generally. The questions today are kind of getting a bit long. So could you please... Long? Yeah. So could you please think about your question and then ask it concisely, and that'll probably encourage a concise answer, and then we'll get up the quality of the meeting.
Okay, I'll get straight to the point. Thank you. Straight to the point.
Thanks, Margaret. I'm certainly sorry to interrupt.
Okay, the question is, where do we record households that give?
So from a community survey data, we've got a large pool of information, and so we provide neighbourhood-specific community profiles. So I can share that link with you, which goes through a large number of that, good and bad, data sets. This is just an example of some of the reasons why we exist when we talk about improving the well-being of Hamiltonians. So I can share with you the links to our community profiles, which will show the richness of that data, good, bad, and...
Yeah, I think that's important. That balances the picture out. Second question then is, our consumption score is low. What does that mean? I'm trying not to attach any judgment to it, but if you buy things second-hand and we have a low consumption rate, actually in my mind, I think that's a really good thing. But you're saying we should be going out and we're measuring the amount of money we spend and how much we consume. Rank 63 out of 67. Is that, so that's pointing out that's a good thing?
So the .loves data platform that we've got some, a level to drill into information that's not just linked to the census or to annual surveys. So the .loves data is able to get into some of the consumption and month-by-month data figures. And so the consumption score is something that they provide, which does say, actually, we are spending in a way that would indicate that we are not as wealthy as other communities. And so that 63 out of 67 is not a great score. So higher would be better in terms of the way that we choose to spend our money comparative to other communities across the country. So there's quite a, I'll send you, if you would like, some rich data sets as to how the rationale works in terms of the methodology of getting that score and what that means from a .loves data perspective. But for us, it is just painting the picture that we as a community values the support that council offers in terms of saying we want all of our people to thrive and we want a city that we can live in.
Thanks, Andy. Same rules apply to the answers.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't have mine.
I know, look, we're all very enthusiastic about it, but it's good. Yeah. Anything else, Margaret?
No. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Rob.
Thank you, Chair. My questions probably follow on from Margaret, so I do apologise to staff if they feel like we're being unreasonable. But my questions are around paragraphs 9 and 10, which were both paragraphs quoted in yesterday's Waikato Times, almost word for word. And they do come back to the chart on page 36. And I just wonder, when we accept that we have got the lowest home ownership in the country, do we try to strip out the reasons why that is so? There must be, when we look around the city, we don't see myriads of slums. There must be a reason why we're at the bottom of the list for a town that is city that's comparatively wealthy and beautiful now. Do we try and pull the stats apart to see why that is so, or do we just accept? Now, I think this has probably come from the 2013 census, hasn't it?
No, so it won't be.
Well, why is it not dated? Everything else on that page is dated, and that one isn't.
So that particular data point is talked through extensively at the Waikato Regional Housing Initiative. When we talk about what is our housing needs, so it's not just a figure and then accept that. So there is a large body of work going on across the region with invested organisations, including council, who are looking at the underlying drivers and what can our responses be.
So do we know what they are? Because you're telling us today, and the media have picked up on it, that we're at the bottom of the heap, so to speak.
Yeah, we obviously have a young city. We have lots of students who come to the city to study.
Yeah, so why don't we put that in these reports instead of just saying that and allowing the media to pick it up? I'm not wanting to be critical, but it doesn't really show us off to be the city that we're trying to be, and that we probably are. The other question is around the unemployment. And, that's already been referred to and but we flipped from Hamilton to Waikato. And, if we're talking about the stat for Waikato, we've got very, very little control or influence over what's happening outside the city. It may be that we're always going to have a high unemployment rate because we are a young city, but to compare and use Hamilton, Waikato as a basis for Hamilton just seems to me to be unfair on us.
So in terms of to initiate the first question, our housing strategy that is in development will probably be able to talk in depth to the detail and the drivers and what our response as a council will look like. So that's in the work program that is happening for council. In terms of the young people who are not in employment, education and training, the Waikato plan and the Waikato Wellbeing Project particularly has this as the data point that wants to see change happen, and so we're committed to supporting that level of information and how we make that better. So that's the switch there is, the data is not as easily accessible for Hamilton as opposed to what the regional plan is.
Can it be though? I mean, if we can get other data for Hamilton, surely we could get the unemployment rates too. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
That's a good question, Rob. Thank you. Councillor Dave.
Following Councillor Gallagher's tradition of succinct questions.
Well, they are today, which is a sign of the meeting. Yeah, go there.
No, and I want to say that I'm not at all influenced by the excellent photo of kids enjoying volleyball on page 37. But
is that the one that Cambridge kid? No.
But no, I did want to say thanks for the infographics here, because it does help an old head to have pictures sometimes, because it draws your, it's not the pictures themselves, but it draws your attention to the facts they talk about. So I think there's some work to go, obviously, and you guys would probably say the same yourself, but it's one of the more interesting and shorter reports that I've read at council in the last 22 years, so that was good, especially in the community area. Yeah, it's coming. But I said I was following Martin, didn't I?
Come on, just get on with it, Dave, please.
Look, it does touch on an area, a point that Rob raised, though, the changing from Hamilton to Waikato statistics, and I realise that's probably the only form to start with that you had them in, but what I am wanting to ask is, can you work on migrating towards, I think, the metro spatial area, because in terms of our planning going forward, that's the sort of major division that we're going to be working within, and there will be subdivisions within that, Melville and other localities and things like that at a lower level, but at big picture level, we're trying to get a picture of how not just the people who drew the boundary goes, but there. So that's one question, and then I've got a couple others to follow. Ollie's.
Yes.
Yep.
You can. Yes, good. That was a quick answer. Yes. Yep, that made up for the question. Okay. Look, the Ollie asked you whether our community development workers should be advisors like now, or more hands-on sort of field workers, let's say, that's my term, and you emphatically answered the advisor sort. Is there room for hybrid sort of operation in council, or are you saying that everything about the advisory positions are better than everything about the field officers? that we used to have?
We're committed to the community-led development way of working, which talks heavily around partnership, and sometimes our partners need us to do things for the benefit of our community, which would look like a field worker, and we're committed to the idea of partnership. So we would, as current model, work with our partners to deliver things like that, as well as the capacity building of gathering other volunteers and resources. So I would say that we are not strictly an advisor that doesn't work with our partners when work is needed. We do that hybrid.
Okay, thanks. That's a better answer than you gave Ollie, I think. The community facilities strategy that you're working on, that was mentioned also by Ollie and in the report, is one of the problems that we've had in Hamilton City. This might come up later, that we're more driven by the opportunities that have been dumped in our laps than a plan for what facilities are needed.
Yes, that's a good point.
I think the whole idea, Councillor Dave, by having a strategy is to actually get a bit more proactive about our direction rather than getting driven by other organisations or groups' direction, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way, so that we're working with groups globally over Hamilton and actually drive that direction around what is the need, and then what do we provide, what do we help with, what we don't provide, and what do we give guidance on and give advice on. So, and you'll see in that strategy report later on that we don't have all the answers now. We're saying we need to do some more work and have an action plan which would bring back to this committee over a period of time regularly, and actually just work on that so we get better maturity around that going forward and get better bang for bucks.
And more on those when we get to that strategy. I think that we'll go into those questions then, Dave, if that's all right.
Yeah, because I know that our community development team in the past has worked on the community facility deficits in different suburban areas, for instance.
Cool.
Yeah, so that'll be part of it, and Nick will cover that when we get to that item. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Andy and Helen, thank you for your report. In your professional opinion over the years that you've accumulated, has systemic failings of previous councils to fund renewals and maintenance on council community facilities contributed to any of the outcomes that you've identified in this report?
Look, I'll answer that in part, and as we described in a couple of briefings over recent weeks, that the proposal around renewals is for increased monies for renewals and maintenance around the community facilities that we owned. And I think Holly actually touched on that this morning in her presentation around not only council facilities but other facilities that are owned by community groups and may not be on council land. They've probably struggled too to get funding. So yes, there's probably been some, it would have been better that there would have been larger funding going over those years, but I think the work that we've done around our asset management planning is a lot more robust now, and I think you'll see some robust proposals around that when we come to that discussion next week.
Okay, thank you. As a result of your answer, you've asked, I've got another question. From your experience as a senior manager, when it comes to making the hard decisions that we'll have to do at the LTP, should funding council-owned community infrastructures, renewals and maintenance be done before funding outside organisations, yes or no?
I think we have an obligation under, as a landowner, asset owner, and under the Local Government Act, looked after what we've got.
Thank you.
Good. I like that line of question. Thanks, Ewan. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Mark. I was just interested, following Margaret's question around youth. The Rangatahi CoLab is kind of focused on the more teenage, early 20s youth bracket, but there's also I'm interested in how, going forward, we could also have a bit more of a focus on children and wellbeing as well, because I think, when we look at all our engagement and everything like that, it's kind of often not really conducive for them to be getting involved in that. And there's lots of things, little things that we could be thinking about. For example, when we're designing our transport system, we're actually designing it for all ages. So it's children. I wrapped it up.
So question of the day, children.
The question is children.
Think about the kids.
Well, looking around the chamber, we'd have to say yes.
That was out loud, Lance. Right. Sorry, Sarah, do you want to have a crack?
Where could that fit in going forward?
If I think about our recent conversation with the Enderley community around what they love and what their aspirations are, at the Raha Pori event that Te Papanui and the network, the Fern Network put on, most of the feedback that will feed into the scope for what our building could look like has come from our children. So yes, from when we talk about engagement and place-based stuff, I think absolutely.
Okay.
I think there's also things like design principles that we've talked about, the council's talked about, just going forward, just on the facility side of things. Obviously with activation, there's the play strategy. Sport Waikato is going through a change. There's quite an emphasis from Sport NZ, big hunk of money, futures money, 158 million. A lot of that's, their absolute focus now is rangatahi and tamariki, so it's pretty much young folk. And anyone over 21, it's probably business as usual type thing, apart from high performance sport. So there's quite a bit of emphasis coming through from central government to work with local government and other organisations, RSTs, regional sporting organisations, that sort of thing. So I think there's quite a bit of emphasis around youth.
Okay, so do you feel that there's already enough emphasis on that, or when we're looking at design principles and things, that it's already there, or is there kind of room for further thought in this area? And
I'm going to give you a Richard Briggs answer.
Yeah.
Oh no, we've only got 10 minutes.
I think there's always room for improvement, and I think we can always get better at that. And I think as we go along and working with Eva Lisa's team and right across council and working with other organisations, and looking at other parts of New Zealand, and we have a lot to do with other local government agencies and that sort of thing. We can learn a lot from each other. So I think it's about taking those learnings, and we encourage our staff to do that, and it's actually a cost-effective way of actually getting that sort of intel going forward and then applying it here.
Okay.
Good.
Thank
You
you.
over that, Sarah? Yep, thank you very much. All right, no more questions. I will move that the report be received, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Right, we're going to move on to, oh goody, look at that, debates. Sorry, Martin, I didn't mean to. No, I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, Martin.
We commend staff for this report, and I think the challenge for all of us is to actually, as we would say, the rubber hits the road. So you have to take the high level, excellent documents, excellent graphics, because it does paint a picture which is very significant. And obviously, I'm hoping that that document will be with us through our LTP workshops as well, because obviously that's focusing on what we do over the next several years, and working out what the council does in that space. And for example, I use the Richmond Park example, use of significant space where we actually are around the table. But also when we talk of deprivation, what are we doing, for example, in the so-called lower socioeconomic neighbourhoods, the high density neighbourhoods, and that's, what can we do? We can do things like street lights and slow streets and good paving and footpaths to keep young kids and mums and people safe. That's the sort of practical stuff that we can do. What can we also do? We can actually bang on the doors of the Ministry of Education and say it is not good enough, this particular school is fenced, these are our taxes on the school. We are all paying for these facilities, so it's mirroring the ratepayer pocket and the taxpayer pocket to maximise use. Because when we get into, we're going to have a lot of discussions around, and it came up before, around community facilities. Parallel with that, I want to work out our other community facilities which happen to exist within the schools, which are publicly owned, and how they are being utilised to maximum advantage. This is a team thing, and so obviously, as you're all aware, Hamilton now has 4 elected MPs and 1 Hamilton-based list MP. There are 5 MPs who are passionate about the city of Hamilton, Kirikoroa, and where do they fit in the team? We have regional council as well, so it's just a matter of making sure that all around the same table and doing all the advocacy we need to do. But without further ado, I do commend this as an excellent report. Thank you.
Good on you, Martin. Thank you. Nice speech. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I also thank staff and commend the presentation of the report. What I would like to see, though, particularly if this report and the stats are going to end up forming part of our LTP discussions, is I'd like to see a little more accuracy around the stats. I take umbrage to the home ownership as being low, because I think there are good reasons why it's low. If you strip out the tertiary population in Hamilton, my estimate is that there's about 30,000 students in Hamilton at the various tertiaries, and that's 18% of our population. So they may not, and probably don't, own houses, but it will be a matter of choice because they may be here on a very temporary basis. If you add 18% on to 46.2, then we're probably about 10th on the list of 67. So, the stats can skew, and to be unfair to us, the Waikato Times picked up on that and the Waikato unemployment stats very, very quickly in the article that they published yesterday. So, look, I really appreciate the work that's being done in this, but I think we need to be a little more careful about some of the conclusions that the stats may draw in these reports. And so going forward, perhaps a little more work around the ones that are likely to create a good deal of controversy and perhaps be unhelpful to us when we're drawing out our limited financial resources that we are going to have as we put together the next LTP. But thank you for the work. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob. Mangai Tapora.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to say congratulations really for the rā hapori that was held out at Endley. I myself personally didn't make it out there, but word of mouth travels fast around the community, and from what I've heard, it was enjoyed by all of those that got out there. A highlight was seeing our councillors out there for many people, and it gave the, I was going to say illusion, it gave the sense
impression
that our council is relatable, which is not an illusion, it's a true thing.
It's going well, Tapora.
Yeah, well, good save. But also looking forward to the rich insights that would come from almost 1,000 people on that day. It's really good to see the Rangatahi Youth Collab has grown since that was beginning of lockdown. That came, into lockdown, and so to grow something like that in such an adverse time is really great, and it's really good to also see that partners/friends have come on board. I love how all of the photos are from actual community events, and that you can see a blurry Mayor and a blurry Lance in some of the photos, but they are in there. On the flip side, look, I have to agree with our stats, and they say different things depending on what sort of picture we put them up against. So it'd be good to see those a bit more teased out when we tell stories. But overall, I thoroughly enjoy hearing what's going on in the community and know that you work really hard in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Tapora. Nice save. Councillor Naidi Rowe.
Thank you. And thank you for the report, Andy and Helen. I have great respect for your team, Andy, and the work that they do. And they're a pleasure to work with, especially with these initiatives. And the two initiatives that you've touched on, they're both initiatives that I'm quite passionate about. And together with Mark, we've been personally involved in both of them. So I just wanted to touch very briefly on a couple of points. In regards to the Youth CoLab, that conversation started with Mark and I going, what do we do? How do we engage the youth in Hamilton better? Is it a youth council? Is it what structure would actually make this work? And after talking to Dujon and Dana and learning about the Youth CoLab, we found real value in the way that the Youth CoLab has structured itself with stakeholders in the youth sector, but also now they've involved actual young people. So they've gone out to high schools and gathered youth who are interested in pursuing better engagement with council. So the group is massive now. And we have talked about a youth action plan and what that would look like for Hamilton. And we've talked to them about having a few tangible outcomes that can be measured. And like Andy said, they've come back and said, give us some time to actually work out our strategic approach as a group before we can formulate some actions specific to Hamilton. And this, we've asked them to look at, in particular, civic engagement in terms of voting, and also some key measurable outcomes around mental health. The other thing, so I am looking forward to seeing that regional youth action plan when it does materialise, and then more importantly, the role that council will play in that action plan. And then just very quickly on the Enderley engagement, we've worked quite closely with Ma and Sandra just on how Mark and I can actually help facilitate some of those conversations. And we're really excited, and I'm looking forward to the renewal and the reinvigoration of the Enderley Community Centre. So a quick thank you to Mayor Paula for facilitating a meeting recently with key stakeholders who all have an interest in that area. People from Kaingora, Te Koha Health, the Runanga, Tainui. It was really interesting just to hear their perspective and realize that we're all on the same wavelength, working towards common goal. It's meetings like the one we had with the Ensel school principal, the school principal who actually gave us a grassroots feel of what that community is actually going through. So yeah, I'm really excited. Thank you for those key initiatives, in full support and completely endorse those. I think we're on the right track with all of those outcomes. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that materialises.
Thank you, Kesh. Kia ora. Councillor Margaret.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say something, but now that I'm going to briefen up my questions, I do want to have a quick word.
Sorry.
I'm going to let rip. I just want to say thank you to Andy and Helen, because, look, I've worked with you in the past and I know how thorough and passionate and hard-working you and your team are. So heartfelt thanks for what you do in the community. Sitting beside that, just a little bit more in support of what Councillor Rob said, just about the information and the stats. Yeah, I'm looking for a more balanced type of picture. I understand brevity, and I like few words and diagrams. I can digest that pretty easily. But just around the housing as well, there's the DHB, and I know that's a transient type of population as all sorts of levels of professionals have some often, secondment type positions, so they're not necessarily homeowners, but they'll be renting. And I think some balance too around, well, why can't why else can't people own? Well, they don't earn enough. And why don't they earn enough? Because we have a low-wage national economy. So there's those sorts of, is that our responsibility? No, that's central government. So at some point, we can do what we can do, but then central government's got to step up to the mark as well, and there's only so much we can do. So just asking for a bit more balance and a bit more of the other stats in that reporting. But love your work, love where you're heading, and all the best. Thanks.
Kia ora, Margaret. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you're doing a Dave on us, eh? Last minute. You still got, you're going to do this, aren't you?
Thank you. Made it in split second. Did I get in before you, Dave? Are you still waiting? Okay. I went along to the Enderley event and it was awesome. I arrived and the first thing I thought was, how do all these people even know this is on? So the word got out and there was a phenomenal turnout, and despite a tiny bit of drizzle, which seemed to kind of hold off, everyone seemed to be really enjoying themselves, and it seemed like a fantastic way to actually get people engaged and giving their ideas and thoughts and stuff. So just a big congratulations, because it was a very cool afternoon. I did read these, and watching house prices increase over this last few months with the different policies from the Reserve Bank and all these other factors kind of leading to soaring house prices. Inequality is a huge concern, and whichever way you cut these statistics, ultimately we're hearing that people are really struggling. We've heard it from Community Waikato this morning. So, and it is really hard being in that position of local government where you can't fix everything, and we can take a lens at least in what we're doing and look at within what we do as council, how we can actually assist in that, affordability and making the city an easier place to live in. Transport's a key business of ours, and if we make it possible for people to only need to own one car as a family and to take an affordable bus or to be able to walk, those kinds of things, we actually do play a role within that affordability and ease of living. So I think it is a good reminder that over everything we do need to continue to have that lens, and like Martin says, around ensuring everyone has equitable access to green space and things. So I thought this was a really, really good reminder of what's happening out in the community, and and what we can be doing as council too. So thank you for that report and your good work.
Good stuff. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, I'll wrap it up now. Thank you for the report, really appreciate it, and as you can see by the questions and speeches, that you've certainly sparked interest, so thank you, you've done a great job there. I echo Rob and Margaret's point. I think we don't need to sloganise our stats. They're bad enough as they are. I think some of them are a little bit inconsistent. Some are from Waikato, some are from Hamilton, some of them aren't sourced with regards our homes being more crowded. I don't see how many there are. I'd like to see some serious numbers around that. So I think that point's been well made. This thing will have, it's great. Let's make it uber valid by having the well-referenced, consistent stats in there. The presentation's fantastic. It's really interesting, but what I'm loving is how differently we all see things. Like, for example, the picture on page 37, Dave saw a volleyballer. I saw our mayor with a volleyballer in front of her. If you look closely and zoom it up, there she is talking with Lance. I remember being at the... So, yeah, see, there you go. Actually, to be fair, Lance had to point that out to me, and Lance actually said it was a picture of himself with Paula beside him, but we'll go there another day. I really like what Kesh said around the experience around the youth collab. Okay, there we go. We've all seen the picture now. Right. What Kesh said around the youth collab and the way things are happening around our community, what we're seeing is that there are some really great independent groups doing the work that we sort of thought we would have to do. So rather than them hitching their rope to our wagon, we're hitching our rope to theirs. And I think this team is doing a great job of listening and going, that's a great idea, do you mind if we tag along? And I think that's the move, because all through the election campaign we heard about we need a youth council, we need a disability council, we needed this council, that council, and all these councils. I think we've, as a society, moved on from there at the moment, and at this point in time there's some great work going on out there, so thank you for identifying that and being so receptive of it. And yeah, look, I'm hungry, I'm tired, I think we all are. Let's put that. I've moved. All those in favour that we receive the report? Anyone against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
All right, so this afternoon we've got 5 reasonably chunky things to do. It is, say, 1:30. We'll come back at 2:15, so we have a 45, 46-minute lunch break. Bearing in mind that there is an event that we most of us are heading to over at Wintec. That's at 5:30. That's at 5:30. So just, yeah, and then we've got a lot of councillors who are sort of dropping out this afternoon too. So.
Is anyone going to the Christian Social Services? I can't do that. Can you put my apologies in?
And mine too, Rob, please, if that's all right. Thank you. Great. All right, thanks, guys. Meeting adjourned till 2:15. So we've got a pretty strong recommendation there, which involves a delegation, and almost a Dave McPherson-sized delegation. This one, this is good, chunky. So Leanne, would you mind introducing the item, please?
Thank you, Councillor Bunting. Kia ora koutou. So the purpose of this report, first of all, for those, I think everyone knows me, but for the purpose of the camera, I'm Leanne Jordan, Visitor Destinations Manager, and to my left is Georgina Halewood. Some of you may know Gina. She project managed Victoria on the River and has been a past employee of Hamilton City Council. She's the project manager for the Zoo Waiwhakariki project. So the purpose of this report today is threefold. It's to give you an update on progress in terms of where we're at from a procurement perspective. The second is to share the opportunity, is to seek delegation to progress and finalise the tender process to contract over the Christmas New Year period. And the third purpose is to just share the opportunity that staff have identified to more strongly align this project with the Brymer Road urban upgrade. So you'll recognise that the report talks about the two-stage procurement process that we've undertaken. That's kind of covered in points 20 to 27 there. The first stage, which is now being completed since the report was written, is the expression of interest stage, where we went out to market and asked for people to share information with us in terms of how they'd go about this project. And that was mainly weighted on what we call non-financial attributes, so how they would do it, health and safety considerations, business continuity, all those kinds of local, what do we call it? Local impact, all those kinds of things. And from that, we've taken a shortlist through to the request for 3 of those submitters through to the request for tender. So happy to take any questions on that. In terms of the Brymer Road upgrade project, you'll recall that Council through the annual plan approved the bringing forward of funding to complete the design for the roading upgrade there. That design work's been largely completed, or its initial stages have been completed in discussions that we collectively have with the transportation and the capital delivery teams as part of making sure we're taking a whole of council approach to things. To look at any project interdependencies, it's become pretty clear to us all that there are considerable financial, logistical and potentially community outcome benefits from more strongly aligning those 2 projects, and our staff's view is that probably we should consider them one project. So I just wanted to, through this report, from a no surprises point of view, kind of bring that to your attention, and we're seeking your approval to do some further work and bring back a proposal on that at the December council meeting. And so I guess in essence that's what the report's about. We're happy to take any questions you might have.
Thanks, Leanne. And look, just to make it really clear, if we look at the diagram on page 61 of Diligent, Leanne, I'll draw your attention to that, just so we know exactly what we're agreeing to today, because there's various sets of lines around various sets of things.
Yeah.
So
So essentially what you have already agreed to through the annual plan and committed funding to are what we call stages 1A and 1B, which are on
page 63.
Yeah. So, and then when we talk about the Brymer Road urban upgrade as well, what the 2 different diagrams show is how extensive how expanded the project is in one scenario versus what we're currently proposing. So what we're currently proposing, or what has currently been agreed through the annual plan, essentially, is taking care of the access into the zoo. And some, I wouldn't use the word temporary, but perhaps non-permanent, might be cycle and pedestrian access into the zoo. The rest of the other elements of the Brymer Road upgrade project segue into our car parking, the laneway for buses, the safer crossing, but also the speed limits and all the road changes that we need to make in order to get the speed limit lower and calm the traffic. You'll be aware if you're coming on Brymer Road from the north, there's that big dip. So that road it's a rural road. It's a pretty, I was going to say crusty, but thank you, Councillor McPherson. And it's also often used by commuters coming back through the back way through Te Rapa and north. So people build up a lot of speed, they come up that hill and bang, when you get to the top of it, you're at the zoo. At a time when what we really want is to be ensuring that people with toddlers and pushchairs and mobility scooters and bikes and everything else can get from one side of the road back and forward safely and easily. So we think there are some real advantages. So does that help, Councillor?
Yeah, it does, thank
Bunting?
you. Makes it a lot clearer. Okay, on for questions, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. I thought I was second on the
Yeah, I
list.
think Jeff's question got answered.
Okay, that's all right. I won't hold up. Two questions, and really around the financing of the building. First question is it proposed that the cafe would be leased out to an operator in the same way that we do that at the gardens and, yeah, okay.
Yes.
So my second question then follows on. Is it appropriate or an opportunity for the Domain Endowment Fund as opposed to the Municipal Endowment Fund? The Domain Endowment Fund, of course, has restrictions on what we can invest in, but given my understanding that the zoo is on reserve land, it would fit.
No, it's freehold.
It's actually Waikato District.
Pardon?
It's freehold.
So what is the, I mean, isn't it reserve land as far as the city is concerned?
No,
We've reserved it as a zoo, or?
No, it's not. It's under the district plan of the Waikato district. It's for,
okay.
it's got a
That's what it is
particular
in
zoning,
Waikato. Okay.
but it's
Special
not
zoning.
gazetted as a reserve under the Reserves Act.
Oh, isn't it? Okay.
No.
Oh, okay.
It is a special zone zoo. on the
Should
Waikato
it be,
district
should,
plan.
or is it?
I think it would constrain us too much in what we do at the zoo.
Okay, you've put my whole question off beam now.
Sorry, Rob.
I'm sorry, Rob.
No, that's okay. But is it an opportunity that we fund that, given, as I understand it in the zoo plan, glamping is looked at as a potential future activity which is likely to be commercially operated in the same way that the cafe might be?
I don't feel qualified, sorry, Councillor Pascoe, I don't feel qualified to answer that question because I
Okay,
don't understand
maybe
enough
it's
about the
something that we could
criteria
take
for
offline then.
Yeah, that's worth further
But in terms of, we're looking for investment opportunities around these funds that might take some of the hit off, council's own borrowing.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I think we've got a session for elected members up on site tomorrow, is it?
Tomorrow, and then one in December.
And there's one in December as well. But we've also got the 2-day session next week for the LTP.
Okay, all right, or maybe it's something that perhaps we could take over.
So we'll talk about the opportunities and the constraints around
Okay, that'd be great.
a whole bunch of different stuff, so.
Yep, no, I'm happy with that.
Yep.
Thank you, and those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rob. Good questions. Councillor, speaking of silverbacks, Dave. I thought I'd say it before you did.
House tomorrow, aren't we?
Yeah, so we're just getting used to it. So, go there.
Looking at your hair, though, that's more like silverbacks here.
Hey, that'll do.
Look, you're talking about the road through there and the need to slow the speeds and all that sort of thing now, and you also talk in the report about the mismatch in timing of the upgrade to Bryant Road there. How far? It's Bryant for a bit and then it becomes Exelby or Burbush or something further on?
Oh, you're thinking about Beverstock?
No, going the other way,
Oh.
north, because it's not all Bryant. I know some.
Brymer.
Sorry?
Brymer Road.
Brymer, sorry, but it's not all that. It's some of it's anyway. Don't worry about that. But the whole of there's a thing in the structure Rotokauri, not the work attached to the structure plan that involves the urbanisation of that road.
Yep.
Now, I know that staff in the development area have looked at putting part of that off, and Ryan and I have advised to them that they should at least do the bit between Baverstock and here,
Yes.
which is the main route to get there, not along Brymer itself. It's actually up Baverstock and right into that last bit of Brymer to upgrade that, enough to upgrade that in the early years and the time with this. So what I'm trying to find out is if there's been a discussion in management to sort of separate that bit off so that there's a sensible, safe route all the way to the zoo, to the new stuff you've got on the picture here.
Yes, absolutely agree with everything you said. So we've been meeting with Capital Delivery and the transportation team, and that's partly why we'd like your permission to just do a little bit more work on this. So we've worked out, I think Gina calls it the Golden Circle, which is the area that gets us from the current Baverstock intersection before the zoo, past the zoo, in terms of the urbanisation, Brymer Road urbanisation project. But equally, when we've been having that conversation with the Capital Delivery team, that they can see some advantages in extending that out and possibly bringing that whole project forward. So obviously, ultimately, the decision, because that is unfunded. Oh, sorry, not unfunded.
It's funded.
The urbanisation.
The whole thing.
Okay, sorry. It's about bringing it forward then. And so oh no, sorry, I was confusing myself with Finance Committee. No, sorry, I got myself right. So but what we'd really like to do is talk about what the opportunities and the risks and the costs and the benefits are doing, whichever proportion of it needs doing. But we agree with you. My objective as Visitor Destinations Manager and Gina from the project is we'd really like to see it done from that intersection to past the boundary of the zoo.
Yeah, if transportation staff are arguing for something more than that, that's fine. They can take their chances at our LTP discussions, but it should be, the costs should be separated out so that we can look at the section to the zoo and then the section past the zoo, which is actually a much longer part in terms of what they've got eventually planned.
And we do have some very, very rough costings, which I won't share in case you hold me to them at the moment, for the bit that you're talking about, Dave, up to there. The advantage of that for us is it gives us the bus lay and the turning circle. It gives us the cycling and the pedestrian access.
Well, that was one of my questions. Both of my questions cover that, because I can't see in your design a bus turning circle built into that, which should be, because that for a long time would be a terminus.
Yeah. So do you want to explain this, Gina? But essentially, by doing the car parks, what it allows us to do is the bus to turn right into Waiwhakariki in one entrance and come out, turn around in in the Waiwhakariki car park.
You might want to check that with the regional council bus people, because it doesn't look like it would be a good. But anyway, that's quite technical. But please run that by them. The other thing I was going to ask about cycleways there, because your thing's got these future pedestrian cycleways. You almost want them from day one, especially with the growth in sort of recreational cycling and the potential of this being an attractive place for it.
Oh, absolutely agree. And it's partly why we wanted to initiate this conversation with you, because what we're conscious of course, is that once we do stage 1A and B, it enhances the attractiveness of the destination, but it also is going to make it easier for locals and community there as well. And so we think that there'll probably be greater use of that. So it makes sense to do from our perspective, obviously, notwithstanding your decision, to do as much as we can to ensure the safe traffic and access ways for people through there.
Could we then, the next time this comes to us, it's fine to have this map, but have a precinct map which shows the connections with the city, especially for cycling and walking and buses? That, the car connection's been there for 120 years or something, but the others are all new, and we need to see how it'll work and what's funded and what's not and things like that for the connections. Thanks.
And my apologies, so someone from Capital Delivery was going to co-present with us today, but they've been called away to another meeting. So you might have got some slightly more intelligent
More
answers.
important than
I
our
did.
meeting.
Yeah, what the heck?
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Councillor Sarah.
I think Dave just stole my question, really.
Okay, Deputy Mayor
Very
Taylor.
predictable, yeah. It was around how do we get alternative transport options working, particularly as this is kind of a conservation hub, so we're wanting to have that sustainable focus, and it could connect ultimately really well to our existing cycle tourism. So are we able to what extent can we actually have, will that come through the biking and micro-mobility plan, or can this be something we get a view of?
Well,
as
my
part of
suggestion is that we bring you back something when we come back on the 8th of December.
Okay, yeah.
It might not be super technical, but it'll show the connections and the proposed routes, and we can get your feedback on that. Yep.
If we're going to LTP rounds, we're going to need that sort of information.
You'll be discussing it next week, so Chris has got that. Yep. So, and the two bits you talk about, Councillor Dave, is the improvement of Brymer Road up to and just beyond the zoo, as you can see in the diagram here, and then there's the rest of it right through to Rotorcary Road, which includes the cycling track as well. So, and remembering we're upgrading Baverstock Road to urban standard at the moment. There's roadworks up there at the moment. There's the Orange Cone Brigade up there at the moment.
Yes, although it's only a small section, and then you go back to not having things, so it's a bit disconnected. Just still on the same topic around, say, incentivising bus use further along in the future. We had that discussion around charging for parking in the gardens, and then there could be opportunity for cross-subsidy that you then make buses to the zoo much cheaper or free on the weekends or something. Has there been thinking going into, I guess, that, or is it too early at this stage?
So there has been some early thinking about that, and we've tested that a little bit too. So when we have major event days at the zoo, like Children's Day or the pre-Christmas event, we always work with the buses, and basically there's a park and ride option on public transport, and that works really well. We always get really good feedback about that. So part of the visitor destinations approach is understanding how we get around all our key sites in means other than by vehicle. So that's something that we're working on at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, and so we'll get visibility of that as these things
Oh, absolutely.
progress?
All that kind of stuff would come back to you for input and approval ultimately. Yeah.
Thank you, Leanne.
That's how we roll in community.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify then, because there's a note in the report that says the upgrade to Brymer Road in the 2018 LTP was scheduled for 24, 25 and 25, 26. But it's actually in the new LTP currently, it's been bumped back to 28, 29, 30, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, it's interesting because we had a conversation as elected members yesterday about how 10-year plans should be 10-year plans and we shouldn't be shuffling things around. But it's actually been put back despite the plans at the zoo. Okay.
Yeah, and that's the discussion next week where when we get into talking about the 5 priorities and the outcomes is getting that connectedness between the programs, transport versus the Fun City.
Right,
So,
right. So since the LTP...
I'm having an arm wrestle with Chris Allen over the next 3 days, so if I look a bit bruised by then, you'll know what's happened.
Okay, all good. All right. Well, I certainly support
Thanks,
efforts to do that.
All right, with no further questions, I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation if I have a seconder somewhere. Sarah? Cool. Yeah, you're on the board. Only because Ewan was looking the other way. That's all right. Okay, I really don't have much more to say about this. I'm very supportive of it, obviously. Is there any other debate?
Yes.
Jeff?
I definitely support these recommendations and really pleased to see us investing in this. It's been on the waiting list a long time, this thing, so that's really good. And I do really support staff looking at solutions for Brymer and those roads around there. it's particularly, you know, with the shared entry that we're trying to do, because it's that road, Lance, you called it a goat track, and that's absolutely right, and I think it's pretty dangerous in parts. It's undulating, you know, there's no good for pedestrians and cyclists, and it's one of those, it's a bit like Borman Road, it's one of those roads on our periphery that I think it's time we got on with. So I'll be looking forward to what staff come back with on that. Thanks.
Great, Jeff. Thank you. All right, well, if there's no more speeches, Margaret, welcome to the meeting from Zoomland. All right, well, in that case, we'll just put it straight to the vote. We'll put all three together. So all those in favour, show of hands, please. And Margaret, are you waving? Yep, that's a hand show. Oh, you're not voting? Okay.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Congratulations, Leah. Great. Good stuff. Okay, item 11, the deliberations report on the Gardens Management Plan. We look to page 87 on this one. So, where are we? Just here. All right. So the idea of this is, we could almost call this almost the Virginia. I think we're getting closer to getting something for you. Welcome, Dr. Peter Sergel, to the room. All right, so the idea of this is that we're going to receive a report from the Deliberations Committee. We're going to look at the, thanks Ewan, look at the recommendation. There's a new recommendation that's going to go up on the board, or a new motion that's going to go up on the board. Now, I need to be really quite clear on this one, is that this isn't a time to relitigate and to come up with new ideas and to have we thought of this and have we thought of that. Time for that is done. We can only comment on the things that have been in the deliberations report. The purpose of today is to get something clear for staff to go to council on December the 8th to get it stamped, and then we say to Virginia, go forth. So it's been a long and arduous process, and thanks for your patience getting there. So there is I believe there's going to be an amendment from Rob up there, but I'll leave it over to you, Dr. Sergel and Leanne and Lance. I beg your pardon, sorry, Martin, did you want to?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I have a motion which I'll move, and I think Councillor Bunting will initially second, because you are now, my deputy chair's gone, had to go to another council meeting, but I'm wondering if that could eventually be put up. So that's, the, if you like, the structure of the recommendations attempt to capture the issues, significant issues that were raised during the hearings process. That's their boundary. Since when I have been given prior advice that Councillor Pascoe has an amendment.
We'll get that up.
So I'll just introduce this item. So thanks for that, Councillor Martin. It's been a bit of a team effort between the Hearings and Engagement Committee and also the Community Committee. As Councillor Mark said, we've been on a bit of a journey. It's been quite a long time, actually. I was looking back at the dates. You'll see on page 89 of the report, we've sort of divided the report into three sections, and I'm supported by Jo Van Walraven's actually the author of the report. Jo's feeling a bit crook, so she'll be on Zoom. There she is somewhere. Oh, she should be on Zoom. And by Leanne, and obviously by Peter too, who's the brains behind the master plan and the management plan. So the first part of the report talks about the original set of, we went out for consultation in the documents in attachment 3 or 4. We got feedback. We were going to go to a deliberations process, and then we had quite a bit of feedback outside of that around the rhododendron lawn, and then there was a number of briefings and decision by council to actually reconsult on that particular part of the plan. Part 2 summarises that part of the plan that we reconsulted on, not the whole plan. We didn't reconsult on the whole plan. We were quite clear around that. And then part 3 is where staff have actually worked through pretty much the submissions and the questions asked by elected members around both of the consultation processes, the valid parts of those. And then what we're doing around the approach is to, in the new motion, which has 16 parts to B in Roman numerals, is to actually outline the key parts which you need to make a decision on, deliberate and make a decision on today, and then we will go away and draft up the final management plan with track changes in it. Now, some smaller management plans and less complex processes, we've actually done those two parts together in previous processes, but I want it to be as robust as possible just to step through this, so that you get a chance to actually look at those key 16 areas. Have we captured everything, and are you comfortable to make decisions on those that will inform the team actually drafting up the final wording in the document, which will make sure that Councillor Mark and Kesh are all over in a detailed form before it comes to the council meeting on December the 8th for a final decision. That will be a final decision. Once you tick off the management plan, it's not open to a whole lot of public submissions. It's not open to any more public submissions or anything. We've had those through two processes. That's why we couldn't have public forum around this today, anyone who wanted to comment on it. So I'm just really clear around the process. So on December the 8th, it will be a final decision of the management plan, and then under the Reserves Act, we don't technically have to review it for at least another 5 years. And quite often we don't review plans. It depends on the nature of the plan and that sort of thing. We might do a small review after 5 years. We may leave it for 10 years, that sort of thing. So I think the approach we've taken is considers all the things that you have seen that have been submitted on, but also on page 94, there's things that we haven't considered and shouldn't be considered because they're outside of the scope of the second part of the consultation. To be fair, though, some of those points that people brought up in that second set of consultation around the river over the bridge and that sort of thing were in earlier submissions from the first round of consultation. So it's a little bit confusing. So that's pretty much it. We're happy to actually take any questions. We've summarised pretty much those 16 points are what on your pages 90 through to in the tables through to page 93, and they're the recommendations on the key points in the plan. Look, to be fair, we got a lot of submissions on a lot of very minutiae stuff, which we actually see as more operational matters. Staff haven't lost sight of those. We will take cognizant of those when we actually go through development over the next 10 years or so as resources allow. So just be assured that we haven't lost sight of some of those things where there was, to be honest, probably unanimous agreement with the suggestions or amendments or ideas that had come forward. So I'll just leave it there, and the team and I are happy to answer any questions around process, around the content, and the final form of the your deliberations and the decisions you make today to inform the final document.
That's great. So the intention of how we would do this, depending on your amendment, Rob, is we would hope to vote the whole lot as a package. So this is the time now to tweak that if you want, rather than go through each individual one. So, Councillor Taylor, you're on the board. Deputy Mayor Taylor, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, is that different than, how is that different than what's in the report? Because I haven't got my glasses on. Is that Councillor Gallagher's motion? Is it different than what's here?
It's not. So the original recommendation was for you to approve the staff recommendations, which is pretty much that.
Okay.
And any other matters at this meeting that you might bring up and deliberate on that were covered by submitters and you think that staff have missed in the process. So I think, to be fair, the original B recommendation was probably a little bit clumsy the way it read, and I think some of the feedback I've had from not only elected members but others, that people thought we might be opening up the process again to the community, which we're not.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, before I introduce possibly the amendment that I suggested before I saw this, I just wonder whether or not the proposer of this motion would consider changing at the start of B, and that is request staff include reference to the following in the draft Hamilton Gardens Management Plan. And the reason I'm asking that question or seeking that change is that there are a number of items in here that members of the public have not had the opportunity to consult on. And given the comment in the paper about the risk of relitigation and starting another round of consultation, this would allow staff to include the reference to these items without them necessarily being immediately on the table and part of the current plan.
I'll get Lance to have...
Am I making sense? Am I making sense?
It's a subtle thing,
No, I
isn't
think
it?
you need to make a definitive decision about what you want to go in the plan, which in the staff recommendation is the 16 points. Otherwise, you're going to have ambiguity, and you do have the power to make decisions on what goes in the final plan today. And the final plan basically should reflect the wording around these 16 items so that it is included in the plan. And there is no more public consultation around these things.
Are you suggesting that you would go as far as costing out these items and setting dates around when these particular 16 items would be scheduled to be the work to be undertaken during this management plan process?
No, the management plan sets the vision, it sets the spatial master plan layout and the intent and the policies to govern the garden. How fast you turn the tap on and off to achieve these is an LTP matter. So you could pass this plan and then do nothing for 5 years if you wanted to. Just bearing in mind you do actually have a targeted rate in place at the moment. There are commitments from the Friends, the project governance group and other sponsors at the moment live on the table, and they're significant. So we have to be very careful that we don't turn off those supporters of this project. But the funding and how quickly we roll out the master plan, Councillor Rob, is really an LTP matter. And that's the way that we've structured all the way through, and we mentioned that right from the word go, that it gave councils flexibility around the resourcing of this going forward. So, and I think Councillor Ewan alluded to that this morning, but we've avoided actually having medium, long-term and short-term projects and that sort of thing in the wording, so that the resourcing, because especially with COVID, the world can change overnight, and so we're cognizant of that. This is the standard practice for these types of master plans and that sort of thing. A good example and comparison is the Cornwall Park Trust Board have done a 100-year master plan for Cornwall Park in Auckland, but they actually haven't said when they're going to do the various things there. Same issue for them.
Okay.
And if I may, Councillor...
Chair, I would like to put my amendment up to see if there is a seconder for that,
Sure,
please.
okay. Have we got the wording for that here, Rob?
I hope so. My amendment is essentially the staff recommendation, but in 3C, removing the words "and any further changes that respond to feedback received through public consultation processes as deemed appropriate by elected members." So effectively, it's removing the 16 items that are in the motion as part of this management plan.
No, but what you're effectively doing is actually endorsing the 16 actions, because those are the staff recommendations in the report, if you remove those words.
And if I could make
You're doing
one
the same
further
thing.
comment on process, Councillor Pascoe, the process of hearings and deliberations allows council or committee to respond to feedback given through by submitters and through the submission process. There is nothing on that list that does not respond to submissions received. And the nature of the process is such that we only were required to reconsult where you consider there is either significant risk or a significant change. And so this is the way that we normally do things. So just to give you, hopefully try and give you some reassurance that that list of 16 points are points that have appeared in publicly available documents. They respond specifically to submitter responses, And so there is, yeah, that's just what I
So
wanted to say.
where are they in this report? Because the first I saw of them was when they were in this motion that was emailed to me last night.
So they summarise the table in on page 90, page 91,
Sorry, I'll just go
92
back. Just let me go back.
and 93. So
The same ones, yeah.
So basically, it talks about accessibility of the proposed treetop walk, et cetera, So what we've done is actually summarise the staff recommendations around the staff response to those items that are in there, which is the staff recommendations in the report.
Essentially, it would have the same result. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So look, Rob's do you want to put the amendment forward, Rob? Or
Well, if I'm told that it's not going to have any effect, then to me it is probably a waste of time. I'm really concerned, though, Chair, that this is going to lead to potential. You know, if there's a group out there who are opposed to any one of those 16. Then they'll come back just like the group that were opposed to the rhododendron lawn, and we'll start the whole process again, and we're never going to give the gardens groups the opportunity to get on with the job that they are waiting and ready and eager to do.
Yeah, and if
That's my concern, but I may be being perhaps a little too conspiratist over it.
I hope you are, but
we've been there once.
Yeah. I think there's general consensus on all of these points.
Look, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with them, but I'm just concerned that we've been there, done that. We've been there before, and we may be there again.
Well, all we have to do is hold tight until the December council meeting, where it gets stamped, and then it's we're on.
Okay, I think you've assured me that there's very little purpose in my amendment, so
we have the similar.
I won't take it any further. Thank you.
Yeah, we feel the same pain. Dave. Sorry, Councillor Dave.
We go too much further in Romans numeral 12 in that list. Can we have the right allude? We've got the wrong allude, means something quite different with that allude. Thank you.
You're right.
Just not to be accused of it being a train spotter or anything like that.
Nice work, Gary.
But apart from that, I did have a couple of questions about the intent, if you like, of that. And I'm looking at the various bits about transport, and there's preferential parking, quite rightly sort of talked about for accessibility parking needs at the closest lower car park. What about for buses? It doesn't say anything about that, it's got a general catch-all, all modes, but there was certainly something that we talked about before, was buses having as close to the action as possible sort of thing. That wasn't the exact words.
Well, and that's exactly why we have these deliberations, to add in if there's things like that you think should be implicitly outlined. I think if you feel that we should add that, I think we should.
Provided it comes from the deliberations.
Well, it might be where...
And it was covered by a submission too, to be fair.
Where you say accessibility parking is provided in the lower car park, I would have thought you would have said accessibility parking and passenger transport parking are provided in the optimum position for the two modes or something like that, because that you don't want to say which car park, because you might want some in other car parks as well. So you just want to say gets the light of day better than anything else. Those couple of things.
Yep.
So
repeat those words, Councillor Day.
It would be something like, instead of 1X, what's that, 9, Romans 9, accessibility parking and passenger transport parking
be in the most appropriate.
Sorry?
Provided the most appropriate places.
Yeah, almost.
You said optimal before.
Optimal, I used. Best, in other words, the meaning there. Because I think those two ones.
In the most optimal places.
And the question about the word, when talking about accommodates parking for all modes, is the intent there to provide as much parking as is required for all modes, or just some parking? Because I wouldn't be supportive of providing acres of car parking, for instance.
Some.
It is. The intent of that wording is to make to register the fact that there should be parking spots for modes other than cars. So
Okay.
it's not unlimited or it's
not
not feeding
unlimited
the
for
car.
any of them
It's
necessarily.
it's about making sure that there are bicycle stands and there are bus stops and there's all those kinds of things.
Okay, no, that's good. And issues like charge points for bikes and mobility scooters and things, that gets covered in your operational stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
And
because
it
there is
said
a-
the use of technology, so it might even be charging places for electric cars or whatever
Yeah,
in
sure.
the future.
And there are some high-level principles in the document that talk about inclusiveness. We've used that word in a couple of places in the report to indicate, to make sure that staff have the mandate to think about those things at an
Yeah.
operational level.
As long as the principle's covered, it's fine. Thanks. That's me.
Thanks, Dave. Good questions. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Mark. On the same point, the table on page 93 talks about to reduce the demand for car parks, initiatives such as carpooling, walking, cycling, public transport will be encouraged in line with the Climate Action Plan. Does that need to be more explicit in any way? I mean, or is that captured with that there? Does that belong in the management plan?
I tend to think about that as, and you may not agree, tell me if you don't, but we tend to be thinking about that as a how. The what and the why are pretty much covered in terms of, to the point that we were just talking about with Councillor McPherson, that we're making it clear that the site should work for people arriving through various forms of modes, that we are emphasising a range of modes. We're de-emphasising an exclusive focus on vehicle transport, recognising always that a lot of our international and out-of-town tourists are still arriving in some form of motorhome or vehicle. So, again, it's entirely up to you, Councillor, but the operational implementation of the master plan will include these, take cognizant, as Lance mentioned just before, these points that have been registered through the submissions and that we're recognising in the deliberations report we bring to you.
Okay, I'm just looking at the wording in that up there, which was in that email. So it does talk about parking for all modes, but I'm just looking.
Dave had talked about optimal.
Yeah, have we changed that yet?
Put that in, I think that, because at least nine, is it?
Oh,
I think it's the
optimal
word
parking.
parking kind of implies cars, doesn't it? But what we're actually talking about is spaces and places. Yeah.
Yeah, I took that down. So it was accessibility, parking and passenger transport parking be provided in the most optimal places. I think Councillor Sarah, if you want to be absolutely certain on that point, I've got a suggestion here. Under 7, the plan accommodates parking for all modes of transport, including dedicated cycle parking, and the reduction of demand for car parks be encouraged in line with Hamilton City Council's Climate Action Plan.
Yeah, and that could include, then if you look at the how, that might include subsidising buses or that kind of thing.
Yeah,
but
well,
that's the
we wouldn't go
outcome
into the
there.
detail in the plan. We'd have that wording and then the intents in there that we would look at all those different things as we implement the actual master plan over time.
Okay, I'm happy with that. There's no strong objection.
Let's have a look at that wording. No. Okay. Mayor Paula.
On from that, don't disagree with the intent. You've got to be careful of what you put in here. We haven't got a climate action plan at this point in time. That's yet to be developed, and that's a LTP discussion. So hanging off a climate action plan doesn't seem the way forward, but I think promoting multimodal transport is probably more online, and then it doesn't peg you into a particular outcome. It could be all sorts of things.
And it gives us the
Including
opportunity
the
to do and in the first instance, other than either or, which sometimes can be a little bit problematic when you're trialling new stuff. So if with Lance's agreement, Mayor Paula has just suggested multimodal.
Rather than using the phrase climate action plan.
Because if climate action plan doesn't
Promote
exist,
multimodal.
Lance.
Reduction of demand of car parks be encouraged, full stop.
Yeah, that would.
I just want to be broad at the moment. I mean, I think the outcome is that we encourage other modes of transport and we work within that. Because eventually it could be everything from, you know, your Lime scooter to your ferry on the river to a transport demand bus, all sorts of things. A jetpack. I'd go on a jetpack.
Okay, one at a time, guys. We're starting to design this by committee, which is actually what we're meant to be doing.
I'm trying to make it really simple, just that the plan supports multimodal, promotes and it supports multimodal transportation. Something like that.
Yeah, we've got to be careful to keep this at the Y level rather than push us into the how and start to try and agendarise this.
I like the word multimodal, I like buses because it's an aspiration, all right? It's a positive aspiration. It's keeping our eye on the ball. And it's not being too prescriptive, but it is certainly. And
can we put
so just change, is it change, you're amending 7 slightly.
There's all modes of transport including dedicated cycle parking.
Through the promotional.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, do you want to bring that suggestion up to Leanne? Leanne's got a good suggestion here.
Oh no, which I think is just a paraphrasing of what I've heard, but if we're looking at point 7, the plan accommodates parking for all modes of transport, including dedicated, well, it could say multimodal parking if you like, but and promotes, or actively promotes, multimodal options.
Yeah, because it's more than just parking that way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's everything.
It's access and parking. Would that be cool with that? Paula, would you be right with that?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, I think so, just for...
You don't want multimodals? No. Yeah. Singular multimodal is enough. Sounds like an echo. Yep.
So if you're going to leave the parking, can you put cycling back in, or otherwise take out the second bit. So the plan accommodates all modes of transport.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
The plan accommodates all modes of transport, so just remove the 4 and then, take it.
So the plan
And
accommodates.
actively promotes multimodal options.
Yeah. Does that get to where you want to go, Sarah? Yep. Great. Okay.
I can still take an SUV in there though.
As long as it's got 7 rows. Yeah. And it's converted to electric. Okay, any other questions, team? Otherwise, we will move this through. Okay, well, Councillor Gallagher has moved it. I've seconded it. So, would you like to
briefly, I think, and I certainly respect and note Councillor Pascoe's reservations, and hopefully I think we've landed this. I think all we're doing today, first of all, let me pay tribute obviously to our team, and also Joanna up there on the screen as well for her great work in doing this report and her interaction with myself and the Deputy Chair of Hearings. So my contribution is very narrow. It's actually trying to ensure that the spirit and the main points raised through this hearings process is delivered in terms of these recommendations, and I think the recommendations, with your agreement, capture the spirit of those hearings and the valid points. This is not the last roll of the dice, because obviously this is a recommendation to Council. So when Chair Bunty, as Chair of this committee, he will formally introduce it into Council, move it. You have it's a third reading at full Council if there are any issues. Also, I think that the recommendations here broadly are keeping with the original direction of travel. Probably, I think, the more significant was the actual issue around the rhododendron lawn, which is now dealt with. Probably another significant aspect is future-proofing the issue of a potential pedestrian bridge across the Waikato River to the southwestern bank and reserve land below the, to the Glenview Club, which is item, which you can just roll it up. I just scroll that up, make sure that my paper's matching. 15, right, yep. And the issue there is it's not making, and there were some proposals around the use of the Glenview Club Reserve. It's not making any decisions in that area. All it is doing is keeping the options open. I'm also acutely aware that you do have, in time, a Peacocks community which could be up to 20,000 people, and alternative pedestrian access for that community, cycle access, could be extremely useful. So in my view, I think that's just purely future-proofing that, and I want to do a shout-out in this case to former Deputy Mayor Pippa Mahood, who came and reminded us of the visionary council purchase. I wasn't even on the council at that time. It was still visionary. I think Dave was there, I'm not sure. But they purchased the land below the Glenview Club, and I think that was incredibly visionary, because it absolutely now gives us some amazing options moving forward. So without further ado, I also want to obviously pay, as we do, and we should, to all of the Friends of the Gardens, the various groups who have dedicated a whole chunk of their lives to the passionate pursuit of this project at Dr. Searle's side and the staff. So this is a great, to me, partnership, and long may that continue. And as I will always do in my final sum up, if it had not been for visionary councillors when this was a dump and a piece of wasteland, if it hadn't been for visionary councillors and officers of council at that time, all those years ago, we would never even be having these wonderful discussions and debates at this point. So without further ado, I wish you well, Mr. Chair, when you introduce this into full council for hopefully a final decision.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I still have a concern on this relitigation risk. We were at this point in August, I think, of last year, ready to recommend the then plan to a council meeting when we were, and I won't use the word railroaded, but I will, by a group who felt that they perhaps had some concerns over one aspect in that report. What I do now have is that we have a list of 16, some of which are brand new items, that could provide a basis for concerned residents to petition for a new consultation. And look, that is covered in paragraph 51 as one of the staff identified risks. So perhaps if there's an opportunity between now and when this report comes to council in December, just to unvalidate my concerns, I would really appreciate that. What I see as a potential unfairness to the residents who did not submit the second time around, because the focus of that consultation was solely on the rhododendron lawn. I'm hearing concerns from our partner groups who work around the gardens of the continued delay in approving our plan, and I don't want my actions to result in a delay. And some of their concerns are around the frustrations of not being able to get on and deliver a plan, as well as the potential risk of the philanthropic interest, which has really assisted the gardens in recent years going off the boil. Another concern is, to date, we've spent $91,000 on our consultation process. And whilst we need to spend that in order to have robust discussions with our community, it seems a pity when we have a project, when we have a gardens project in motion, where some of that money could have been used to assist with the development of one of those projects. So if there's an opportunity for some response back before the council meeting in December, just to allay me, and I'm sure some other councillors, of that relitigation risk, that would be very, very useful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah. Look, it's not often I disagree with my very good colleague, Councillor Pascoe, but today I do. I'm happy to support these recommendations and the changes recommended by staff. It has been a long saga, as Lance referred to, and there's been a bit of criticism again about the extra layer of consultation in regards to this plan, and I just think that's totally unwarranted. Hamilton Gardens belongs to the entire community, and we had a responsibility to get an absolutely best outcome for everyone in Hamilton. Just because you've gone through a certain process and everything looks very convenient and tucked away nicely, doesn't always mean you've got it right. The point is, our initial consultation process didn't flush out properly a big issue that was concerning a significant number of people. More work was needed, and I'm pleased that some elected member intervention played a role in that, and Councillor Bunty led that. We listened, despite the initial recommendations from some staff, we fortunately went a little wider. We listened, our antennae were up for what people were saying on the ground, people who weren't aware of all the ramifications of the plan, and it's just as well we did. Just as well we went out again. So I want to congratulate Lance and his team for finding a brilliant path through this, which I actually think is a much better result all round. There's been a number of references to charging, I note in this, and certainly I'm convinced from our visit recently that parking is something that we need to look at in terms of charging, and I'm open-minded about the possibility of charging visitors to see the themed gardens in the future. So look, I'm happy to approve this today, and I look forward to us finally approving it on December the 8th and giving the gardens and those looking for funding some real certainty. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll chip in here. Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, for the motion, and thank you, Lance, for the work you put into doing it. It's been a sometimes uncomfortable process this last year with this whole thing, but I definitely echo Jeff's comments, and I hope, Rob, that you fully believe that we're trying to get to the same point. We're trying to get this thing up and going as soon as we can. I still maintain, had we not gone out for the second round of consultation regards the Rodo lawn, it would have been worse once the diggers went in, or once we started to make a car park in there. So, and a big credit to the staff for taking it on board and coming up with an even better solution. Sometimes we do, our processes do, as Jeff says, tuck stuff away a little bit, and it's not intentional. We're going with the best intentions. But in this case, we had a big outcry from the community, and we thought, right, let's go a little bit unconventional and make sure we've got this right. I'm convinced we have got this right. To reassure Councillor Rob, this motion does include both rounds of consultation. And I do think it is fair. We have got almost as many from the first round as we have from the second round. People, had they made a submission in the first round, were welcome to come back and make a round, another submission. So we've gone through 2 rounds of submissions and deliberations. So people can petition away all they like now, but that opportunity has gone for this particular plan. So I just think the opportunity now to get on with it is too great. So let's get on with it. Right over, Brian.
Thank you. I do note Councillor Pascoe's concern, and between now and the full council meeting, when you will, of course, as chair of this committee, be introducing this recommendation from this committee, obviously, for the general managers to make sure that I think what Councillor Rob is talking about is reducing any risk of challenge, if I get that right. And I think we have had 2 sort of comprehensive submissions. And in that sense, I also want to, again, pay strong tribute to Leanne Jordan and the team who did the first round, the actual original management plan, all right, went through a process. Things are not perfect, but then we became aware of concerns, particularly around the rhododendron lawn. So we took that back and had another cut and have a look at that. In addition, there were other items came up through the process. I don't think any of those items are what I call of significance to warrant a whole new round of hearings. Now, I might be wrong, I could be proved wrong. course, that's going to be Councillor Bunting's problem when he presents it to full council, because my job is now over as chair of the hearings committee. But I think we are still treading relatively cautiously on this one, and I don't think, with the exception of the rhododendron lawn, I don't think that those recommendations unduly depart in a major significant way from the original management plan that was originally put out for public consultation from the first round. So that's my take. But thank you to everyone, our funders, our Friends of Garden, our staff team, for the amazing work that has been done, and hopefully we will be able to move forward in December.
With a show of hands, if that's all right. Did Margaret have a speech? No? Great. Okay, we'll put it to a show of hands. Those in favour of this motion here, put your hand up. Okay, and Margaret's, are you supportive, Margaret? Yep. And those against?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Forsyth has voted via audio-visual link and Councillor Pascoe is dissenting.
Okay. Thanks for a good discussion, guys. All right, we're moving on to, thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Dr. Sergel. Didn't wear your voice out too much, did we? Right. It was stunning. We've got some parks to name. Item 12, page 174 of Diligent. We came back at 2. We came back 2:15, didn't we? Right, let's just keep going. Right, so we've got some parks to name for the first time and some parks to rename or to re-spread out sort of thing, haven't we? I'll stop introducing you. Yeah, I'll leave it to you.
Shall I?
Yeah, please. All yours.
Kia ora koutou. Yes, so Jennifer Parlane, Parks Planner, just here presenting the Parks Classification and Naming Report. So we're seeking the Community Committee's approval for the classification and naming of 8 new reserves under the Reserves Act and in accordance with Council's naming of roads, open spaces and council facility policy. We were anticipating a member of Thorpe to attend today as well to join us, but given the schedule reshuffle, they have to attend another hui this afternoon, so it's just me. Just to really briefly summarise, we've got 3 new reserves that are getting classified as recreation reserves with 2 new names, Tunakai Park and Whakapakari Park, and then Tills Lookout. There's been an additional piece of land acquired next to Tills Lookout, and that is the proposed name is Te Rohanga Tills Lookout. And then there's 5 new reserves classified as local purpose Esplanade reserves. And these all adjoin existing reserves that have names, so there's no new names there. Mangaiti Park, Manga ko Tukutuku Esplanade Reserve, Te Awa o Katapaki Esplanade, Manga Harakeke Esplanade, and Manguanoa. So I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Robb.
One question on a particular esplanade that I have a personal interest in, and that's the Te Awa o Katapaki Esplanade, which is on page 184, map 6. I just wonder why only part of the gully is in that green section and not the whole gully.
The whole, a lot of that gully is. That's the 2 lots highlighted are just the only new parts that are getting classified and named. So there's lots of So like a lot of our Esplanades Reserve, they're comprised of a lot of different allotments.
Okay, so they would have different developers.
Absolutely, given different subdivision staging, they all come in and trickle in at different times.
So is that whole gully called that? Or
yes, that's correct. I haven't actually highlighted the whole gully, somewhat indicative with the vegetation cover, but the rest of it is, a lot of it is has existing reserve classification as Esplanade.
And is called the same name?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Cool. Has everyone been to that particular gully? That's with the playground there, and it's a really cool spot, isn't it? Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah, it's really good. I urge people to go and see that one. Councillor Dave.
Yeah, my question may be quite similar to Rob's. I'm looking at several of these. The bit you've highlighted has been given a name, and some of them there's already different name, like Till's Lookout, for instance, has got a bit added. Are we going to call the whole thing the one name, or can we? Because you give me the answer to that, I'll tell you what my concern is if there's still one.
Okay, so if the decision to rename the entire Till's Lookout is up to you guys, essentially, if you do want to pursue that. We have not pursued that as part of this process because we were just looking at the specific new piece of land. So if you would like us to follow that route, then we can do that at another stage. But at the moment, it's just about naming that smaller portion.
Okay, then I do have a problem with several of these where you'll have two different names. I'm not sure.
This is the only one that has an additional component to its name. Everything else is consistent.
The next one, map for Mangatukutuku Esplanade Reserve,
Yes.
that the rest of the Kelly green, the bright green strip is all currently called that?
Yes.
But below it,
Yep.
but above it, it's called Sandford Park, which I know.
Yes.
Put aside, even though there's only a road separating those two. So I've got a concern there as well, because you've got two different names adjoining each other, and the concern is that that's going to become a bit confusing to people, or we're going to have one sign here saying Turahanga and another one 10 metres away saying Till's Lookout. Why wouldn't we be saying, okay, we're amalgamating these bits of land, physically we are, why don't we call them the same thing? I don't mind Turahanga, Till's Lookout underneath or something. You know, there's plenty of ways you could handle that. I just think it's a bit bureaucratic, but weird.
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
and even for Sandford and there as well, and perhaps some of the others. So the ones that are just standalone addition, and so I'm just thinking amalgamate the land and amalgamate the names so that it's less confusing to the public and less signage perhaps.
I definitely support you in that Till's Lookout one, Dave.
Sorry?
I definitely support you in that Till's Lookout.
So I would say don't bother with this bit now until we can put the whole lot in one pot.
So you're suggesting that we omit this from this report?
If that one, I think the Sandford Mangatukutuku one as well.
Okay.
I just think that, that for instance, that case, it's the same stream, the same gully that someone stuck a road over it a while back, but it's still the same gully. Shouldn't it all have the same name if we're... I don't want to get into an argument or discussion about every individual one. I'm more talking about the principle here.
So yes, ideally, lots of pieces of land next to one another should be called the same thing. However, I guess that's one of the historic inaccuracies that we have to deal with. So just in terms of Mangatukutuku Esplanade Reserve, Sandford Park in itself is quite long and quite established, and if you want us to pursue renaming Sandford Park, we can look into that.
Yeah, but that's not what Jen, that's not what I'm really where I'm coming from.
You can decline the naming of Mangatukutuku Esplanade Reserve today, that's no problem, and we can look at renaming that whole area later on, and same with Turahanga.
I think you're onto something there, Dave. If I can make it easier, perhaps we take those two off the table. With a mind of...
I've got some other ones that may end up in the same place, like the Mangahara Keke Reserve on map 7 there. Now, I know that area a little bit from cycling through there, and that's because it's the bit that's right next to the Hutchinson's property. But if you were cycling along there or walking along that bit, you wouldn't know where one bit starts and one finishes because you're down a bit below it. The whole strip, north and south, why doesn't that have a name? Why are we only calling 80 metres or 120 metres or whatever the length of that? Look, it goes south and it goes north from there, and it's got no name. So I'm thinking, what's the plan here for the future? Shouldn't we, you know, and maybe it's all going to be called that, and that's fine, and we'll add to it bit by bit. But I get the sense we're naming little parcels. We're not naming big parks.
Right. Jen, can you speak to map 7? Is that a part of the other maps?
Yes, maps. I mean, that's just unfortunately the nature of subdivision process, in that we do get dribs and drabs and we don't get nice big pieces of land all in one go. So, and that's why it's been somewhat incremental. So Manga Harakeke Esplanade Reserve, that just aligns with some existing reserve that we have along there.
So the rest on both sides are already called that?
And can I just also point out as well, we don't have to use signage to name some of these reserves. So while Tirohanga Tills Lookout might be called Tirohanga Tills Lookout, we don't actually have to add any new signage. We could look at renaming the whole entire Tills Lookout Park later on and then aggregate the signage together at the same time. There are some options there.
Okay, well, I'm confused about the whole thing there, because some of them you've got the adjoining parks named, but in Manga Harakeke you haven't, if the other bits are called that. So here's me thinking, oh, this is brand new park in this area, then maybe not.
I think we're going to take the long way to get to the short point, and that is that let's go through map 1, map 2, map 3, map 4, map 5, map 6, map 7, just to be clear which ones are adjoining existing parks.
Sure.
Okay, if that's all right. So map 1, Tunukai Park.
Yep. New park, new name.
New park, new name.
Yep.
Okay, map 2, Whakapakari Park.
Whakapakari Park, new park, new name.
New park, new name, nothing adjoining it?
Yep.
What's the bit at the northwest of the corner of that, along?
I'm unsure, but this is a screenshot from our 2019 GIS. Things might have changed since then.
Because there's a, if I'm looking at that right, there's a road reserve there, but I don't know whether that's all road reserve.
I can't answer that, sorry. That's not in my scope.
So there's nothing else named in that area, though, I think.
Sorry?
There's nothing else that has a name nearby it?
Yeah, I just would want to check that there was... So that's the Wintec over there.
It's the sports park land we've got on Rotakura Road behind Wintec.
Yeah. I mean, the original plans we used to have were for that sports park actually went further towards Wintec. I'm certain of that. They were much more of a rectangle than a almost square like we've got there. So I'm thinking there's actually more to that park, is there not, than...
No, I mean, I've worked from some quite specific locations, and as far as I'm aware, that's the site, but we can double check that.
Okay. Let's move on to map 3, Tirohanga Tills Lookout. That's pretty clear.
Sorry, I disagree with the assessment of map 2, because we've been looking at Rotakura area quite a lot there.
So you think the park goes right up to...
And I don't know what the bit up,
up to Wintec.
Whole green bit.
The dark bit is, I don't know what that is. Is it a spillover car park for Wintec? Did they buy it off us? I don't know.
I mean, that's outside of our reserve land. I've selected the 2 sites that have been vested to us as reserves, so I can't really answer any questions outside of that.
Well, see, you've got a problem there then, because you're coming up against councillors in some cases know these areas. Rob knew one area specifically. I know this area pretty well for over the years and recent times working with the Rotakura Rise people. And
Okay, why don't we defer the item and bring it back in the new year?
So I think there's going to be more recreational facility in that area because of the start of the swale, you see, and I don't know I know exactly where that goes.
Defer the whole lot, and we'll investigate all the points that have come up.
Because we're all here, let's just go through them, we can identify the issues.
We'll carry on making progress. So you've identified that.
So there's a query on that one.
Yep.
Okay.
Map 3, Tirohanga Tills Lookout does seem a bit nonsensical to have that adjoining land with 2 different names. Yep.
Yep.
Well, and what I like, this is me. Oh, sorry.
That's it. No, we're just breaking from order a little bit.
Thank you.
Go on.
There's a mix of both, a dual, if you like, because it's known as Tools, there's a history attached to that.
Yes.
But we're also adding to its history, and I personally, I'm very relaxed about that juxtaposition of the two names.
Okay.
Personally,
Great.
that's my
Same.
feedback.
But what
But
we need-
obviously, we can debate that later.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Map 4.
I'm sorry, on map 3, there's other issues with where those cycleways go on either side, because they're also reserves of a different type. They're joining, I can't remember the name of the road on the top right and the bottom left.
Yep.
There's Wallace Road.
I think perhaps next time we bring it forward, maybe we should be a bit clearer about what's an existing reserve as well. So the green that you see is just a bit of a, so that kind of just pops up automatically on GIS and only pulls up particular sites that might meet a particular criteria, and I don't know when it was last updated. So you're right, and that cycleway perhaps down the bottom needs to be shown as reserve, and it's currently not. So there's probably a little bit of inaccuracy around their green. I was hoping you guys would ignore the green a little bit and just focus on the blue, but I hear you what you're saying, and I think that's something that we can easily rectify.
That actually is a cycleway all the way to the Arboretum.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
It's a good one. I got my mother trapped on a fence up there, just a small piece of trivia. Oh, my mother had just had a hip replacement, and I made her climb a fence up that track, but that's a whole new story.
So we'll just
Okay, Manga Kotukutuku Esplanade Reserve. So that's the question around, do we rename the whole Sanford Park to Manga Kotukutuku Reserve?
I might give you some helpful political advice.
Yeah.
To leave Sanford Park alone, but feel free to, unless it's a jewel, you know, because obviously all I'm saying is you, if you take my point, but so what I get, and I know Sanford Park relatively well, it's still part of a similar catchment area, but it's, you're saying because it's the Peacocks Road is the divider, then you're looking at that appropriate name, is that right?
Yeah, well, except for the fact that it's the Manga Tukutuku stream goes right through the middle of both of them.
Well, perhaps that's a debate for the briefing or whatever we bring it up to next, with some clear information.
Well, we'll bring all the information about the
And-
history of the park and probably
that'd be good.
the pros and the cons of if you want to change the names.
Well, and there might,
existing parks.
sorry, just through the chair, I would ask after, if the Councillor McPherson approach, there may be the option of the dual naming, I don't know, I just want to I would caution.
Yep, no, that's advice taken.
Okay.
Thank you. Map 5, Mangaiti Park, it's an extension of the existing large gully in there that's already called that. Any questions around that one? Map 6, Te Awa or Katapaki Esplanade, the same thing as the previous. Mangahara Keke Esplanade Reserve, same thing again.
Absolutely, yep.
Mangaona, Mangaonua.
Well, hang on, that one is, the question is whether there is parks on both sides.
Yeah, that's right.
Or not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Map 8, Mangaonua Esplanade, Silverdale Road. That's actually reasonably cut and dry, that one.
Yeah,
Yes.
it looks like the same one anyway.
Great. Okay, so Mayor Southgate, you had a question. I'm thinking about putting a procedural motion to take it off.
Gone now that we've got a process.
Yeah, okay. All right. So look, I'll move a procedural motion that we take this off the table and bring it back at the next
year.
community committee meeting, once we've had better information. We'll defer it to a future committee meeting? Yep. Okay.
No problem.
All right. Do I need a seconder for that? Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Thanks, Jeff. Those in favour? Again? Thank you.
That's why our staff love working for this council.
I reckon.
No comment.
Okay, good. Thanks, Jen. Nice to see you again, though. Yeah. Gosh, Paula, and I was feeling so smug for getting all these through. All right. Calvin, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Chair.
All right, we're on to the Civil Defence Update, page 219, item 14. We've still got the Community Facility Strategy to go. So let's rock into it. Calvin, how are things?
Good afternoon, councillors. Mangai Oli, Mangai Tepura, Tēnā Korua. The report is a quarterly update report. It can be taken as read, and I'm just happy to answer any questions.
Manga Ollie.
Thanks for your report, Kelvin. Thanks, Chair Mark. Reason for Justin's resignation?
He has become, he's taken up a consultancy role in the Bay of Plenty, working with his partners, iwi.
All right, if there are no further questions, I'll move that we receive the report. We have a seconder. Thanks, Ollie. Any debate? Not from me. All those in favour? No. Against? Thank you. That's
Play.
kia ora. Great stuff. Thanks, Calvin. On money as ever. Nice work. Thank you. Item 16, item 15, the Community Facilities Strategy. Nick, thanks for waiting. Page 229 of Diligent.
Another one you've all been waiting for.
Another one you've all been waiting for.
Oh, good afternoon, councillors. So this item seeks approval of the of Council's community facility strategy. It's providing strategic direction for Council's role in the provision of these facilities. As you'll all be well aware, Council owns a number of facilities throughout the city which are used for a variety of community purposes. There's also a number of privately owned and operated community facilities around the city, generally based on Council-owned land. Many of our facilities are either in poor condition or they're not fit for purpose. The first step in addressing these issues is to have a clear strategy, which we don't have at the moment, so that all future actions can align to the strategy. There's been a long-standing lack of strategic direction for community facilities. This has often made it difficult to make consistent decisions on what to do with them. So we've designed the strategy in order to fill that gap. It's designed to be high level. It does have some associated actions which you'll see at the end of the plan, the strategy, sorry. It will enable future actions relating to community facilities to be better aligned and helps to provide better rationale for funding and future decision making on buildings. I just wanted to also just quickly note that the graph on page 8 is missing a little bit of data, so we will need to update that. It's just missing a few of the facilities, and just wanted to point out that we just need to make the point that that graph is really meant to be showing that you know, the point that I've just made, that some of our facilities are not in good condition, not fit for purpose. So that's the purpose of that graph. A little bit of missing information there, which we will tidy up. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Nick. Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I might have missed it somewhere, Nick. Bullet point 4 says many of these facilities are require significant investment to allow them to meet the needs of the community. How does this dovetail with LTP? Like, are these facilities included in your LTP budgets for us to look at?
Yes, so my understanding is that elected members have had a briefing which was largely around renewals for our community facilities and providing a clearer picture of the funding required to bring some of these buildings up to a standard where they're suitable for community use. So this is largely, the first step in this is largely to sign off on a strategy, a strategic direction. The next step will be to hopefully have some funding through the long-term plan, which will start to address especially Councillor Wilson's points that he's made in the past around making sure that we're making best use of what we already have. Okay. So that will be the focus in the initial steps of this, but moving forwards it should help to provide a bit of longer term direction as well. So if in the future we did want to look at a new facility, we could align it to the vision that's in the strategy.
Got it. So nothing's falling between the cracks in the meantime in regards to the LTP?
Shouldn't be, no.
There's proposals for $11 million of renewals.
We're happy to move those now if you want.
Yeah, we'll move it now. I'll second.
But there's also, just going on from what Nick said around what Councillor Wilson mentioned at the one of the LTP briefings was is looking at facilities that might be end of life, right, and whether or not we spend, you know, whatever it is, 750 grand or you know, 300 grand or $1.1 million or something, and do we need to bite the bullet and potentially look at putting the renewals money together instead to build a new facility that might be able to use by 2 or 3 different community groups, as Holly was talking about this morning. Okay. So Councillor Bunting and I and Kesh had a bit of a chat about that yesterday, and we'll talk a bit about that in the briefings on the discussion on the 24th and 25th.
Thank you.
Good question, Jeff. You done? Thank you. Manga Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Mark. More question for Lance. I guess Fairfield Hall's going to be part of that discussion, that brief that's coming up next week. It's just every day when I drive past it, boarded up, and it's just, you know, the wrong look there for that
There's
community.
1.12 million in renewals plus $90,000 insurance. And
Wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ollie. Councillor Dave.
Yeah, I probably should declare an interest in the Te Rapa Sports Drome, not a pecuniary or conflict.
No, noted.
But because I involved with a group that uses it, it's made me think of a couple of questions, not too specific about that, but I mean, if I'm not sure who's been consulted to come up with these assessments, because I would have said, had the quality down, fair bit down, but I would have had the location quite high when I'm thinking about the new, say, Rotakota area. Okay. So without getting into it made me wonder about all of them, whether the user groups have been consulted, the regular users or the major users, however you want to describe it, how much consultation with them there's been. Because taking that as an example, not much, if any.
So I had some meetings with several of the community groups, the community facility groups out there. Te Rapa Sports Drome was one of them, so I went and met with Jane and had a conversation with her about what we had in the strategy and gave her an opportunity to have a look at this before we brought it to council.
Okay, but they're not the major user of the sports part of which is the primary purpose of the building. That's what made me think about that.
I think just to bring your attention to one of the actions that's at the back of the plan there, that any time we made any decisions on each facility, we would go through a process where we would engage with the users and all the key stakeholders of that particular facility to make sure that each time we made a decision around community facilities, we were engaging with those users.
Dave, I just need to clear, were you declaring not a pecuniary interest, just an interest?
Just an interest, yeah. Just a note on.
And you're still voting?
Yeah,
I don't know yet. We'll see whether it's needed.
I don't think there's any conflict of interest at all.
No.
But thank you. No, that's
good.
good.
Because I'm just concerned about the methodology. I mean, I would have wondered about the high quality thing for Enderley Park as well. I don't have anything to do with that. The Enderley Park Community Centre.
Are you referring to the graph that's on page?
Yeah, the one that you drew our attention to, sorry, on page 8 or 240 of Diligent.
Yeah. I did actually update a later version of that graph, which basically shows slightly different figures around fit for purpose. So that might, in part, answer your question. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Look, maybe it's just that it's not very nuanced to have this, because I don't know whether you've sat down with each building and said, what are the good things, what are the bad things, what are the things that we need to upgrade because it'll fall down if we don't, and that sort of stuff for each one, because this doesn't really, knowing what I know about a couple of those and hearing the answer to Ollie's question doesn't really tell me, this doesn't tell me much.
Yeah,
I mean, we have problems with all of the buildings, I understand that.
Sorry, perhaps I could jump in to offer some help, or maybe some it may not be. In terms of the condition assessment that's been completed, the facilities team do take a building by building approach, and they look at the building fabric and intended use. There is a criteria or matrix which they do run through, which we're happy to distribute to all of you. The fit for purpose nature of the conversation, in terms of this criteria, I think you're right, Councillor Dave, there probably does need to be further ongoing conversations with each of the users of the hall. So when council looks at the condition of the facility, it's largely looking at the building fabric and kind of the use type, and further conversation would have to be had with each of those groups about the future use and what would be ideal for a fit for purpose use of that facility into the future.
So I guess taking the Te Rapa Sports Drome, not the bit that I regularly use, you wouldn't say that it was ever fit for purpose for a community centre, which is what it's being part used for at the moment, and we've had plenty of discussions about something else instead for that. So you wouldn't sort of be asking them how they'd like the sports ground done up. You'd be asking them what is the ideal facility for a group like theirs.
Correct.
The way I read that graph, though, it says it's about the level of concern. So if the level of concern is 1, and then 5 as being high concern, so there's high concern about the quality of the assets.
Oh, okay.
3 out of 5 to up a sports stream, so it's sort of a bit round the other way. If you
All right.
If you read 1C under condition assessment.
Okay.
So, yeah, sorry, I think, probably take your point that there needs a bit of work done on that graph.
Yeah, I just reread it because something in the back of my head just...
Yeah.
Because I agree with you thinking, saying that the Inley Park Community Centre is of wonderful condition, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Teased that out nicely.
But there's high concern over it's the quality of the assets. 3 out of 5 concern. 3 out of 4, sorry.
It's a sort of a reverse deprivation index.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Dave. Any more questions?
No, not after being shot down by Lance there.
Very nicely, though.
Gently assisted over the line, I think is the phrase he'd use.
I just looked at the pictures, I didn't read the
Mayor
words.
Paula.
Nick didn't know the answer.
Guys?
Thank you. Just, I looked through the report. It's good to have it all in one place. One, I just didn't see where it picked up on transitioning ourselves to the best use for the best facility. I know you do it on a case-by-case basis, and you take into, as it says, you take into account the existing users, etc. But supposing we were going to start tomorrow, sort of from a fresh, clean look, we wouldn't necessarily put over half the people who are in our buildings would not be in those buildings. They'd be in others, or they'd be sharing, or there'd be a whole lot of better fit. But because we do it lease by lease by lease, it's kind of like, well, here's a new space, and let's who gets the best bid for that. So I wonder how we progress to the point. I knew it would take time, but I tried to start this 3 years ago, just in terms of how we would, when things become available, really assess how we're moving the right activities into the right buildings.
So where does that part fit in?
Yeah, I guess to kind of pick up on that is that Outcome Area 1 should really be looking at that in terms of we're making more evidence-based and strategic decisions. And at the moment, we're kind of unable to do that because we don't have any kind of strategy. So the first step is really to make sure that we have at least some kind of strategy that we can start to align those decisions to. And as you rightly say, there are a lot of leases that are long-term, so we can't move everybody into the exact right facility straight away. It does take time, but the first step is to have a strategy that we can start to align those things to.
I think still I would like to see it reflected as an intent to match the right uses with the right, and then I know it takes time, but at least everybody knows where you're heading and you've got something to rest back on when you say, well, actually, I don't know that a badminton club is the right use of this particular space, but what might be is woodworking club or something, at least it gets, yeah, because the community groups are so desperate for space, they really, truly are. The other, that they'll just go anywhere, really. They'll go wherever they can when they need it. And we want to be more fit for purpose in the long run. So would just like to signal that in some way. Think about how we could signal that.
Can we? Yep.
Yeah, I think that's probably a little bit of rewriting of Outcome Area 1 to make that clearer, because that's certainly the intent behind it, but it's obviously not as clear as it should be.
I didn't read it as that enough. You've got to send the signals to the public. And the other question I have about is about what regard you have when a group's been using something for some time and they've spent considerable amounts of their own fundraising money or something rather to improve it. Do they get more favourable extension of their leases? Or
No.
leases up and thanks for doing it up for us, bugger off?
No, we don't do that because we normally give them 10 years. So I think there's, I hate to use the term existing use rights, but I think we are reasonably savvy and humane to take into account the history of an organisation. It's very rarely that we don't, if you just think about where Calte Pacifica are going and now, Maria's team and Karen Kwok have, they've spent 4 years with Sport Waikato working with the bowling clubs trying to help them out. And then that unfortunately wasn't successful, and then we found another good use for that. So I think you can be assured that we we go the extra mile to try and help groups who are incumbents, who've given it a good go. There are
I
some.
suppose that's not where I'm really driving from. I know we do. It's more to do with if you create the circumstances where a group might come in and do things up and make it all lovely for themselves, and they do working bees and sausage sizzles, and they do all of that, and they put new curtains up and they paint and they do some amazing things. I went recently to the Hamilton Brass Band, the one in Clyde Street. It's in mint condition now, but no, not because we particularly did very much with it, but because they have. So, you know, I would hate to think that we don't create the circumstances where people can feel they've got such ownership of it that they can do some of what we can't afford to do, which is bring.
So I guess my response to that, Mayor Paula, would be that in the lease conditions, there are conditions there about what people can and can't do to the buildings that we own. So they would be working with Karen to make those improvements. And at the time that the lease comes before you for the renewal of lease, that information would be contained in the report to give you an indication of how sustainable that group is. I mean, there's a very set criteria to which we work to renew leases, and so all that information would come before you at the point of renewal.
Yes, I understand that. I'm just trying how we can use it as an incentive for people to not just live in a building and do their thing, but to go in that building and think, yeah, there's a really good reason why I should invest in this because when we come to want to stay a bit longer, this is going to stand in our favour, the fact that we've looked after this building on behalf of the council, kind of thing. Do you see what I'm saying? So reverse.
I was just going to say, with the Hamilton Citizens Band, so they own that building. So where a group owns a building, they have the right to reapply for a new lease. So we obviously wouldn't put it out for an expression of interest if they own the building and they're still sustainable. And then obviously we've got some groups that are in a council building, and those groups wouldn't normally be investing significantly in a council building because that's our responsibility.
So, wrong thing. What about Waimarie House with their new kitchen, for example?
So we don't own that; they own it. The
That
building.
Waimarie own the house?
Yeah.
Okay, look, I think that point's been well made, and if there's any more queries, perhaps Mayor Paula might want to talk to the team offline. Any more questions, Paula? Any more questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kish.
Thank you. And thanks, Nick and team, for putting this together. It's really good lens on a stock take. Through your work, did you identify any facilities that are urgent, that can't wait, taking into account that LTP discussions have started, but it won't be approved till next year, June, July, and then action probably in the next 9 to 12 months. Are there any facilities, in your opinion, that can't wait a year to see that renewal funding come through?
I was probably looking at this from a more strategic lens, so I might just ask one of the team to answer that question on my behalf, because I don't feel confident to answer that question.
Well, obviously Fairfield building, which has been burnt, is being put up for year one of the long-term plan because we'd like to rebuild that as soon as possible. As you said, it's all boarded up and it's attracting a lot of vandalism. So that would probably be one of our highest priority buildings.
I would just add that the reason why that we've put that in year one is because we want to combine the insurance money with the renewal money and do a bit of a reconfiguration. So we're not just using the insurance money to rebuild exactly what was in there because it's not fit for purpose. We are trying to maximise the funding opportunities that we have and get outcomes that better align with what the groups need in that space.
Yep.
So that does take a little bit of time to do the design and planning work. So, you know, you can kind of charge in, but a lot of these buildings need structural assessments and structural, if you are making fundamental changes like that.
Because, I mean, I've seen the concept drawings for Fairfield, for example, and when did it burn down? Like a year ago at least? So, I mean, waiting longer, do you think that's going to have a negative impact on that community? Like, is there any appetite to do something sooner?
I guess there would be appetite to do something sooner, and we would need to bring forward a request for that funding to come sooner.
Good, we can look at that. Yeah, absolutely. We should put it to the group. General eyebrows going up and nodding all over there. It was very impressive. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Kesh. Any more questions?
No, just we'll be keen to see that come through sooner if we can.
My only question is a bit of a Dave McPherson train spotting one, to be honest. On page 247.
Is that the actions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've spotted that as well.
You know where I'm going with that one?
Yes, yeah, we've got action 7, but not action 6, I think. Is it?
5's missing.
5's missing, yes, so we need to renumber them.
It's always the hidden ones, eh? Yeah. Okay.
Just can't count properly, that's all.
I hear you. I hear you. Don't say that, please. Cool. All right, look, I'll move that we, yeah, it's just a receiving the report, this one, isn't it? Is that right?
There is a recommendation to approve the strategy.
Oh, yes. Okay. So I'll move that staff recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Kesh, thank you. All right, and we note that the strategy will help the funding proposals. Great, thank you. So no great debate. I just would thank you for your work on this. It's really good to hear right to get a strategy, and thank you to me and Paula last term kicking this work off. I think is that right? So it's great. It's good to have that there. We'll be able to make some much more educated and smart decisions, be a bit more proactive rather than reactive with our community facilities, which I know is trying to stay ahead of the spear chucker a lot, but it's good. So, and I also like what Lance is saying too about, you know, in the future, more cohabitation of these buildings, because the needs are always changing. We're getting a request from, for example, the Men's Shed, the Woodworkers Guild, and the Woodturners Guild. They're quite keen to join up, but we've got nowhere to put them all at the moment. So with all that, but I wouldn't want to see the Badminton Club share with the Budgery Breeders Club. But are there any other debates? It's getting late in the day. The dad joke's coming out. Okay. Do you want me to reply to that with another dad joke? No? All right. We will put that to the vote. Show of hands, please. What's that? No, I'm funny. All right?
Couldn't work out what meeting you were in.
I know, I forget sometimes myself. Jeff, are you voting for this? Yep. Margaret's voted for this? Yep. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Love it. Thank you. Thanks, Nick. All right. Okay, we'll move to exclude the public. Do I have a seconder for that? Ollie? Be very quick, team. If we go really fast, we might be able to do it by 4 yet.
Yeah, we can do some both.